I just made a great classic anime reference that made me feel 1,000 years old.
What?
To Big O. Oh my god. Okay. So Big O is a mecha anime that's basically Japan wanted to make Batman but put him in a Gundam. So it's the greatest show that has ever existed. It's psychological. It's absolutely fantastic. But when not Batman, his name is Roger Smith, Roger the Negotiator. When he gets in his giant robot, which has the most unfortunate name, it's the robot type is called a Megaduce, but his specific robot is Big O. The activation for Big O is 2 stages. One, it's a Knights Templar reference, which is cast as the name of God, ye not guilty, which I'm a nerd, so I know that it's a Templar reference. And the other one is him speaking to his watch and saying Big O Showtime. So I'm a huge nerd and I'm very, very old.
And I mean, well, and that reference went over my head because I've not seen.
Oh, Big O was like, that was my shit when I was a kid. Like, I like a couple of mecha series, but they have to be really, really smart. Like, I like Code Geass. I like Big O. They have to be smart and gay.
I'm just laughing because I keep getting on my Twitter, I keep getting this like recommended list of things I should follow.
Oh, is it all gay?
Yeah, well, yeah, they're all gay, of course, but they're all like gay that I don't like. I have never watched Code Geass. Or as Dylan calls it, Code Gay Ass.
I mean, it is. It's no lie detected. No lie detected.
Hearing that it's gay, I'm like, okay, maybe I should watch it.
It's not like officially gay.
Okay,
but it's clamp, so there's a lot of queer baiting.
Okay. Is it a clamp story or did they do the art?
They did the art. It's not a clamp story.
Oh, because I was like, what the heck? I should watch it. But if they didn't do the story.
No, they did the licensing, which means there's also 2 side stories, which are Code Geass Knight and Queen, which are, hey, we're going to queer bait this even more.
I was just about to say Queen. That's really...
Yeah, so it's like all the women are together because like basically Code Geass has the issue that most shonens have of none of the hetero pairings have any chemistry.
Right.
But all the queer pairings are great. Like all the women super fight for each other. All the men have the hardest of boners for each other. No pair of straight bros talk to each other like that. It just doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah, no, I haven't watched that. I also, to be honest, I haven't watched a lot of the very beloved classic anime that people always talk about. I'm just not... it's not that I don't like anime, and I have watched quite a bit of anime over the years, but during like the 90s, I didn't have access to anime. Like we didn't have cable. We were broke and lived out in the country. So
thank you for remembering Big O. Jesus Christ, I was feeling really old.
I mean, I'm sure lots of people.
I think here's the thing. So me coming into anime was like a 2-phase thing. To quote Brad Leone, it was like a 2-part epoxy. That basically I had like a religious experience, and I mean I was like 6. That I found anime, and it was like, this is so radically different and radically new. I want this forever. And like from 6 to like 12, I was watching all the anime that everyone else was watching. So like your Sailor Moons, your Pokemons, your Dragon Balls, Yu-Gi-Oh. But I didn't really like go deeper to that. I think I did a little bit of Tokyo Mew Mew back then, but like pretty much if it was on like 4Kids or whatever, I was watching it, and I really didn't consider anything different. It wasn't until I was like 12 or so with like Yu Yu Hakusho that I was like, now my soul has been sold. So I really got to embrace being a fan during the golden age of anime in America. So a lot of these shows are like, that's how I built my foundation. It was on like some of the best anime that ever came overseas.
Right.
So it makes me a bit of a snob, honestly. So like when these newer shows come out and they're like, look at this, like modern Evangelion. Like Evangelion still exists though. We don't need a modern Evangelion.
Right. Like for me, of course I was aware of anime. I mean, if you are a person who was like me, born in the 80s, grew up in the, well, was a kid in the 90s, grew up in the 2000s. But if you're in really our age range, you probably grew up with an idea of what anime was. You've at least seen a couple of episodes of something. So I knew what it was, but I didn't really sit down and like really watch anime until I want to say college. So probably around 18, 19 years old, I think. And I remember because Matt had me watch Samurai Champloo with him.
It's great.
Right. And so that was the first time I'd sat and watched like a whole series of anime, so I knew what it was, but this was the first time that I'd like sat down and watched it. And so I do have a lot of fond memories of Samurai Champloo. I say that it's one of my favorites, but I think a lot of it's nostalgia. I haven't watched it in a long time, so I'd have to rewatch it to see if I still actually enjoy the story. But that was my, I guess, real step into anime. And then after that, I want to say maybe in 2006, we started watching Bleach. And we were definitely downloading that illegally, back when Crunchyroll was not what it is today. So I mean,
take a sip of that drink. Pour one out for Crunchyroll back in the day. Hello, our friends over at the Yaoi crate.
Oh, what the heck? Hi.
Oh, Aisha, did I not tell you that I made some friends?
No. No, I feel like I have to be like,
this is what I'm doing when you're not watching. This is what I'm doing on the Twitter when you're not watching me. I made us some friends.
Also, definitely tea. Well, technically cold brew with oat milk creamer, but
technically Kool-Aid with Svedka blue raspberry vodka.
I'm jealous. I wanted to drink, but I drank all of my wine yesterday.
I have to go to the liquor store tomorrow.
Yeah, and
I have to. Right. Mandatory liquor store run.
Listen, here's the thing. I am at a point now where, or not I, but like our Walmart is at a point now where the app, the grocery app, is not backed up date. Like for a while, it was like you had to order groceries like a week in advance in order to do it. And now it's finally calmed down and I can use it again. I just don't know if I'm allowed to get like just some wine over that app.
I don't see why you wouldn't be allowed to.
Right. I mean, they'd probably have to check my ID, I'm sure, but otherwise
if you're a minor using an app to illegally purchase liquor, just let them have it. Shit.
Right.
Like if that's how I'm trying to get my fucking Franzia box wine, just let me have it. Shit.
Right. And that's exactly where I get my Franzia is from Walmart. I hate
Franzia.
I love it because if you find the right flavor, the right type, it's really good. Like
it's not.
It is good.
No, it's not.
When I say good, I mean it's good for like if you
have no taste,
just want something to sip on.
Get Seagrams.
Ew, no.
That's what you're drinking in the wine world.
I don't. Okay.
That's the wine equivalent of Seagrams.
But here's the thing.
Or Strawberry Hill.
Because it's in a box, it's a lot more economical. So it's good for whenever I don't want to.
Economical wine. Because that's what I want. I want what is essentially a Pennzoil slap a bag of wine.
Sometimes you need economical wine.
You are an alcoholic if that's the case.
Yes.
If you have to buy a gallon of wine and you do not work at an Olive Garden, you're an alcoholic. If you have to buy wine in large quantities and you do not work for an Italian restaurant, you are an alcoholic.
Did we just discover something about me?
I didn't discover it. I knew.
To be fair, it does last me a long time. What I usually
don't give a hoot.
is I buy the box and I keep it like in the cupboard, and then I buy a good bottle of wine and I use it, I drink that. And then on days when I'm like, I'm out of wine, but I don't want to go to the store. Oh, look, I have this Franzia in the cupboard.
I have this shame liquor in the cabinet.
Yes, it's for when you need it. And you don't feel like going to the store. I don't like to go to the store too much.
You don't like doing anything. You don't like wearing pants. You don't like going to the store.
And I am definitely not wearing pants. I did put on a shirt though.
I'm not proud of you because that's literally the bare minimum.
I took a shower. I fixed my hair. Ooh, I just messed it up.
Proceeds to fuck it up. Proceeds to fuck up hair. Also, to our friends at the Yaoi Crate, we also love you. I feel like we learn more about Aisha each episode. You do learn more about Aisha each episode. I feel like you learn more about Aisha and less about me, which I feel like might be a good thing.
I feel like it's unfair, actually.
Well, you know what? Shameless plug. I do have a birthday next week.
You do.
So I guess if you guys want to learn more about me, here is your place to do so. But Aisha roped us into a conversation that we need to have up front.
I did.
I'm going to throw you under this bus because this is not how I wanted to do it. So enjoy that fucking tire tread. I hope you enjoy that goddamn tire tread because I'm going to publicly make this about you. Aisha dragged us into a conversation on our live that I did not want to have, but we do need to acknowledge. On our last episode, the Fumiyoshi Naga special, we made some comments about Chikage and whether he was essentially too dumb to consent. Now, acknowledging that in the Great Himbo debate of 2020,
which I would like, before you keep going, I want you to explain this to me at some point because I missed all of that.
Okay, I'll do it now. So a himbo is a male character who's usually very, very buff and beefy, but is usually about as dumb as a brick. But they're always sincere, so they can't be like an Eddie Brock in Spider-Man where they're a jerk. Like they have to be like sincere and kind, but like beefy and hot. Basically, all of their blood flow goes to like keeping their tits up, like. So that's a himbo. But in the himbo discussion, there was this concern about, because a lot of these characters aren't exactly the brightest of light bulbs, there was that talk of, well, can you consent and such like that. So to dredge up that conversation with Chikage, which led us to the himbo debate of 2020, we are not insinuating that the neurodivergent or those of lower IQ can't consent. One, we're not doctors or psychologists. Two, we're also technically neurodivergent by having severe mental illness, which, I mean, hell, I'll say affects my ability to consent sometimes because I know there's times that I've been too depressed to make a decision.
Right.
So we're not saying that. I deeply apologize if we were not clear enough in saying that we that was not our intention of framing. We were looking at a fictional character, so if we spoke hyperbolically, it was because we were speaking about a fictional character, and by no means did we ever mean to insinuate that those who are neurodivergent or not smart enough can't consent or can't make rational decisions about their own bodies and sex and sexuality.
Right. Absolutely. You said it perfectly.
I know, almost like I do this for a living.
Yeah. And in hindsight, I do feel bad, like, springing this on you.
Good. You should feel bad. Good. You should feel bad.
But I learned, and, and I'm actually still I am glad that we did clear it up. It gives us a chance to acknowledge and say like, oh, hey, wait. So I think it's good, and hopefully anyone who heard it or has heard or who will hear it in the future hopefully watches this and understands more. I know that's
not how it works.
It's not how it works, but Amanda said perfectly,
I usually do.
Yeah.
Dylan, we're glad to have you. And I'm glad y'all think it was a great episode. I just remember leaving that episode exhausted because it was 3 hours of recording.
Yeah, it was a long one. It was long.
So even though you guys got like an hour 40, Aisha kept me hostage for about 3 hours, most of it was just foreplay and fingering.
I cut out one of these days. I'm gonna have to do some sort of edit where I share like cuts from the episodes or something. Maybe that could be a perk at some point somewhere.
Yeah,
hear like the edit, like the things that I cut, because some of the things that I cut are so funny.
Right. We do leave a lot of things on the cutting room floor. So that actually does bring us into some housekeeping. Because we are on Anchor now, there is an option to support this podcast monetarily. Now, if you've listened to us a few lives ago, both of us have kind of mixed feelings about that on a personal level. But as a product, we're both fine with it. So, it was essentially like 2 hours of just foreplay and fingering, but like emotional and therapy. So I didn't even get to enjoy myself. Like really, it was just buttering up this uke for her then to promptly mess up our intro, which she kept in.
I kept that in because, I just burped. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. I kept it in because it was hilarious.
Oh my God, enjoy the opening ceremonies. Have lots of fun.
Oh, bye.
FujoCon looks like so much fun. I have some friends that are running it. Shameless plug. Go do FujoCon, you guys. I'm not there only because I'm doing this.
Right. Which you mentioned.
I did, and you never committed, so I couldn't.
Yeah, I got scared. I got nervous.
It wasn't dragging her for 4 hours. It was buttering her up so we could record a fucking episode. It was like a 2-hour therapy session I didn't get paid for.
And it was accidental, to be fair. I don't think it was supposed to be. And then the next thing I knew, I was like,
it was a 2-hour therapy session I didn't get paid for. Nor did I get to enjoy.
You know what y'all can do? If you support us on Anchor, it pays for Amanda's therapy session.
Yeah, it pays for me to buy more liquor because I'm the person in therapy giving out therapy. Physician, heal thyself. But yeah, this is also a great time to bring up any questions or comments that you have on episodes 1 through 5. But yeah, if you guys do want to support us monetarily, you can. There's actually 3 different tiers for support. There's $1 a month, $5 a month, and $10 a month. Real talk, we appreciate all of it. Please don't feel like if you're only able to give $1, that's not enough.
Right.
I mean, just because I'm a size queen in real life doesn't mean that I am with money.
I just learned what a size queen was.
I have a hoodie that says size queen because I was using it for cosplay, and I walked out in like the Christian daylight wearing my size queen hoodie, and I had the oldest woman just staring at me. And I didn't know why until I looked down at my massive tits and it said size queen. And I was like, oh.
She was like, oh.
So I have a hoodie that says size queen because of course I do. That's actually a very, very deep cut reference to a boys love comic that I like. A boys love webcomic.
Oh, save that for
the special. Yeah.
Yes, save that for
the Patreon. So it's support on Anchor. So it's sort of like Patreon, but directly through the podcast. So Anchor is great. Shameless plug that we're not getting paid for. It allows listeners to support us there. Patreon, I'm not fond of because I feel like Patreon takes too much. Anchor tries to give us as much of our money as possible.
Interesting.
Anchor does. Anchor tries to give us as much of our money as possible. So it's very similar to Patreon. It works very similarly to Patreon. So if you go to our Anchor, Anchor FM/the Yaoi shelf, you should see
links in the
comments. Yeah. But you should see all the places where you can be able to support us financially. And if you can't support us financially, that's also fine because we're not going to stop doing this until I get tired of Aisha not listening to me.
I shouldn't be laughing as hard as I am.
Yeah, you laughed really hard for what could have been a serious threat. You sure did laugh for something that could be perceived as a threat.
Right. I was like, wait, that's I shouldn't laugh. But I dropped the link in the chat. Yeah. I don't know if that'll actually does it turn it into a hyperlink? I don't know.
Oh no, they have to copy paste to the children.
Ew. I hate having to copy and paste. That's what I just had to do, and I didn't like doing it.
You are the laziest bottom I've ever had.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
The unabashed laziest goddamn uke I've
You
ever
know,
had.
I am a Taurus sun sign. We've talked about this.
But they're not useless. My aunt is one.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about me. I can be useful when I feel like I am benefiting from it. And so that's why, hold on. I do a really good job with like doing the editing, but then when I look at you, your outline, I'm like, huh, okay.
You dumb hoe.
Poor Amanda was just like, what is this bitch gonna say?
You know, it's so funny because I remember you saying all these things, like having concerns about like not being enough for me and stuff like that. And every time, like the loving semi I am, I say, no, baby, you're enough. You'll always be enough. You're perfect. You're doing great. You're beautiful. You're gorgeous. You're Linda Evangelista. You're a model. And you know what? I was wrong. You are trash.
I told you.
I was wrong. For all of these months, all of the signs were right there. You told me. Wait, all those months. And I ignored you. But you're right, you are garbage.
I'm gonna pee my pants.
You're not wearing them.
I'm like, actually,
yes. Oh my god. All these months, I have been lovingly propping you up, saying, no, you're great. You add value. I love it. I could not do this without you. I could do this with a standee cutout of a Yuri on Ice character. Ma'am.
I'm crying.
Good. Jesus H. Christ.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, I guess if you have any comments from episodes 1 through 5, comments or questions, or if you want to ask me stuff, because as mentioned at the top of the show, I do have a birthday next week. I guess this is a good time to learn about me, because I feel like while we do learn something new about Aisha every episode, I guess I've still been holding things close to my chest. I guess.
You guess. Okay.
I'm honestly so bad about that. I just wheezed. Get you an inhaler, girl. I'm very bad about that. Like every relationship that I'm in, it's like, I'm so open. Like, no, you are the exact opposite of open. I think that I'm very open and I'm incredibly reserved, which is a mark on the semi bingo card. It's like, I'm very open about my feelings and I talk about how I feel. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't.
Do you not remember the didn't I text you or something about how like
yes, you did.
Your reply,
yes,
like
you did. You got upset with me.
Like, she would send like short texts and then I would send like this whole long
a fucking paragraph that's 50% emojis. And then I would send like a one-word okay, and Aisha would be convinced that I was like mad at her and kick the dog.
And in my head, I'm like, okay, I don't want to like ask her if she's mad at me, but I think she's mad. And then finally, I don't remember how I brought it up to you, but I said something, and
I think you just asked me if you were mad, if I was mad at you.
Maybe I did.
I think you just like flat out asked, like, "Are you okay? Are you mad?" And I was like, "No." What the fuck?
Why is she only responding to me with one word?
Why is she only using one word in proper punctuation? Because he's an English major.
I did get used to. I got used to it because I was like, wait a minute. She doesn't hate me. This is just how she texts.
Yeah. It's not so much that it takes me a while to get comfortable with people. It's just I have this thing called trauma. So my level of thinking that I'm open is always going to reflect someone who is emotionally and physically traumatized and abused. So even though I think I'm being really open and being really, really vulnerable, to the average person, it's still incredibly reserved.
Right.
So for my level of everything that's going on, oh my God.
Like, why? I don't like when people
The
do
funny
that.
thing is, I'm like that for other people, which is why now I'm upset that I did that to you. Because
Well, no, I think it makes sense because I honestly tend to
you are superfluous.
Because I think I attract a certain personality type. Yes. And I tend to, yes, that's it. That's what it is.
Also, I sent you a great TikTok of bottom shaming you and you never responded.
Did I not? Did I even look at it?
Did you not watch it?
Did you? Wait, where'd you send it?
I texted it to you.
You texted it to me.
Yes.
Did I not respond?
Did you not?
Are you sure? Hold on, I'm gonna go back. Let me pull up the receipts. Let me pull up the receipts.
I got a response to other miscellaneous shit that I sent you, but not to the TikTok where I bottom shamed you.
Oh no, I didn't respond. What the heck? I didn't.
Did you watch it?
No, I guess I didn't. You sent this Wednesday.
Yeah, I did.
How did I miss that?
I don't know. You should watch it. It's a minute.
I literally did not even. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Is this? Yeah, this is. Okay, hold on. Let me go to my browser.
I have to be best friends with Amanda. I'm right here.
Exactly. It's been hard. It's been a hard road.
I prostituted myself to get your attention.
You did.
What are you talking about?
Oh wait, is this it?
You need to watch the start.
Okay. Oh, is that it? Oh, I just got it. But also,
yeah, also to bop.
Push me and then just touch me.
Yeah,
you can tell how old I am.
I bought him Aisha, but yeah, you can be my best friend. I have a lot of friend openings because I'm pushing 30, and that is very true. You lose all of your friends after college.
Yeah,
they all just like fall into a pit. I guess.
Yeah, honestly, I would totally, because like there are people that I was so close to in college, and it's not that we're not. I still love them, but like we just don't see each other. Like there are people that I'm friends with that I've known since the beginning, like since my first year of college. They live, I think maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours away.
That's far.
Well, that's probably why I don't really go down. I don't go and see them.
But Aisha, I can't get you to wear pants. I don't expect you to go 2 hours to see someone.
That's very true. Okay, so my friend in Oklahoma City, I do usually I visit her like once or twice a year. I'll stay a weekend with her. And it's about an hour and a half to 2 hours for me to get there. And she'll come down to visit me sometimes, but we haven't been able to do that this year.
Oh yeah, because there's a fucking pandemic happening.
So
I guess I do have some confidence issues. I don't know. I'm a very, very strange hybrid of incredibly vain and egotistical because I'm 5'1", but also thinking that I'm the most garbage hobgoblin that has ever existed. But it is that strange inverse of you can't say that about me. I can say it about myself. But if you call me trash, I'm punching you in the neck.
Are you like Tamaki?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've cosplayed him before.
I can see that.
There was one A-Fest where there was a Haruhi cosplayer and I opened the door for her and I think like our fingers briefly like touched and I made sure that like the door stayed fully open and she just like looked at me and was like, "You're a Tamaki, aren't you?" And it's like, yes. It's like former Tamaki, former Sebastian, like pretty much all of like the Bishionen host types. I've done it.
Yeah. And I can understand.
Yeah. I didn't move a lot as a kid. Online friends are great. Like some of the best friends I ever made were online, including Aisha. Who I tolerate regularly. Who I regularly tolerate.
Wow.
Who is more concerned about my demon than is about me.
But for real, listen. My concern for your demon it comes from concern for you because I'm like, listen, I've expressed that I don't mess with that stuff.
I haven't found any scratches. Should I open up the Ghost app? Should we ask it a question?
See, listen, I'm like
Hey, Chat, should I ask my ghost a question?
If
it answers, we'll turn the volume down.
Is it gonna talk? Is that gonna talk? Oh, I don't.
Let's see. Let's turn on the radar.
For those of y'all who
are there any spirits present with me? Oh, it said everything. So when I asked if there are spirits present, it said everything. Can we be more specific about the everything, please? Let's see if anything pops up. Oh, there's some green energy here.
What the heck does that mean?
It usually means that there's like something fucking around.
See, I don't like that. I don't like it.
Oh, it said group. So there's more than one demon. Yay!
I told you I'm sending you some shade. Some shade.
Red.
Some sage.
Oh no, the green dot turned red. Okay, well, we're gonna close that now.
I am sending you some sage. I can't I really need you to purify your home, please, and yourself. What else do I need to send? I've got some Palo Santo over here.
Oh my god, Ghost Hunting BL Rex. There's actually by
Hi Dylan.
Elucid. By Dylan. There's a boys love comic called The Hunt. So Ghost Hunting, boys love, it's gay. I'm pretty sure there's a werewolf. We've been told there's a werewolf.
The Hunt. Okay.
Yeah. It's the same artist that does Aviale, which I love. I love Aviale. Attractive Birdmen. So there's one. You're welcome.
Okay.
30 minutes in, we finally talk about something gay.
Oh, is this on Webtoon?
I think it is, yes.
Ooh, okay. It's also in Tapas?
I think so. Oh my god, Lucid does some great anatomy. She does some real good anatomy.
Okay, I'm gonna definitely.
She does some great anatomy.
Into that.
Why does it say stream? Oh, we're on a live stream. The ghost knows what we're doing.
Nuh-uh, shut up.
Yeah, it's a stream. The ghost knows what we're doing.
I hate it.
I love it.
I don't like that. Can it be transferred through technology? Because I'm gonna hang up on you.
Do we have a techno ghost? Is that a concern? Is it Danny Phantom? Do we have techno ghosts now? Can I help you?
I don't know how. Listen. If something ends up in my house
because I send a ghost through the internet,
that's so scary.
Oh, hello there.
Hey, you did slip in. I didn't even know you were here.
I found the tri-cornered window house. It does have some spooky shenanigans. I don't know if it's ghosty though. I've always assumed that the true monster was man and their hunger
for butts.
That's our podcast in a nutshell, is me making this beautiful analogy and then Aisha turning into something infantile. That's the podcast. Okay, from what I know, blue energy means that it's like really, really close. Ghost, what do you want with me? I just want to get drunk and talk about gay porn.
I'm really... What's that over my shoulder? Oh, is there something...
That was probably one of her kids or her husband.
Was there really something?
I didn't see.
Shut up. That is so rude. Oh my God. If I had turned around and one of my kids or Matt had really been standing there, y'all would have seen me have a heart attack. Y'all would have seen me have a heart attack right here on this live stream. I would have literally died. Oh my gosh.
This is the greatest early birthday present I could have asked for. Genuine fear.
Oh no, I would have. Oh my
my
gosh, I'm
god.
so glad that when I turned around, there wasn't anything there
It just would
because.
have been like, fall over.
Oh yeah, I would have just fallen over dead. I would have been so. Oh my god.
Oh, that's
Now I'm like,
great. That
now,
was like, I
now
can't
I'm
trust
like
that
looking.
fucking door.
I don't trust it because now I'm like, what's back? What's
That's
actually back there? This is.
oh my god, that's wonderful. You have
Uh,
to be mindful of the things on the shelves. They tend to like things like that.
oh man, that was. Whew.
That was the best early birthday present outside of the 300 cookies I received.
Oh, the Biscoff.
I still haven't opened the box
See, I don't know how. I don't know how.
because I know when I do, I'm gonna die because I'm gonna eat all of them.
Listen, we've already established that I am a freaking snack monster.
You
I
are.
bought. I ordered some of those like I don't know if you've had them, like the Hello Panda.
Those.
Yeah. Oh my
Pandas.
god. Yes, I bought 2 boxes with my order today. My grocery order. They're gone. I they're gone. So yay.
I turn a beautiful 30 next week.
Dirty 30. Have you okay, you know who Rain is, right? The Korean pop star
No.
from like back in the day.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know B, right?
No.
Okay,
I'm not a Korea boo.
First of all,
yes.
You need to look him up. But he has a song called it's called Sexy 30. Hold on. It's called Sexy 30 or 30 Sexy. That's what it is. It's 30 Sexy. Cuz he did it when he turned 30 and
I plan on spending my 30th birthday learning the opening dance sequence to Beastars.
wait, see. Rain. Yes. Here we go. I found the video. Oh. That's an ad. That's somebody's ad. Oh my gosh.
What?
I probably shouldn't play this though, since
No, it's copywritten.
yeah, that's true.
Oh why did I decide to run a podcast with you?
I don't know. I'll text it to you so you can watch it. I'll text it to you later.
Oh my god. So yeah, if you guys have any questions or comments for us, just let us know. Or if there's anything you want to learn about me, feel free to ask. I'm slightly tipsy, which means I'm probably more likely to tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
I mean, I rarely lie.
You didn't get that reference, did you?
What was the ref? No.
Did you? Okay, I guess you never watched the oh, now I can't remember the name of the show. The show with the Black Music Family. It's all dramatic and stuff.
What?
With Cookie Lyons.
Oh, Empire.
Yeah. That's a song.
The Black Music Family. Can we just Ghost app? How long do I have to deal with this bullshit? Let's see what the spirits say. If they say something, I'm leaving. If I actually get an answer, I'm leaving.
I need you to leave immediately. Like,
oh my god. I have holy water and a Dr. Pepper bottle in the fridge. I have 3 rosaries by my bed.
Gosh.
I have some quartz. I'm all out of sage. I have incense. I have tarot cards and I have runes. Because I'm a full witch.
And yet you still have demons in your house.
So apparently I'm a bit of a conduit for them because I stayed in 2 haunted rooms when I was in college. And I've been seeing ghosts since I was a kid. So apparently I just have like chill demon energy.
You're Watanuki.
No.
Kimihiro.
God, no. No.
You are. You see the spirits just like he does.
I don't see anything. I haven't seen anything since I was a kid.
Well.
Oh, there was the shadow man who lived in my apartment. What?
See,
he would hang out in the doorway to my bedroom. So I'd look up and see a person and be like, "Hey."
See, that I sleep with my door closed. Actually, I saw there was a debate on Twitter where there are people apparently who don't close their door when they sleep, which I find strange. My door if I'm asleep, my door is closed.
So I didn't. That was the thing. I didn't close it at first when I first moved because I went from a studio apartment to having a bedroom with a door. So at first I didn't keep that door closed because it didn't matter to me. And then every time I looked up, I'd see a shadow man. Like, we're gonna close that shit.
Oh, that just like the thought of sleeping with my door open, like legitimately gives me like.
I mean, I don't when I'm like in hotels and stuff like that. But like if I'm home alone, every door is locked and I live by myself. Like,
yeah.
So far, the spirits have nothing to say. So I guess they're tormenting someone else.
I hope
which is
so.
fine. But let's see. What do I think is relevant about me? Aisha, do you have any questions? Have you learned everything? Have you unlocked every mystery?
I mean, no, but I don't know if there's anything like
that you want to know. That you want.
Like it's more stuff that like I enjoy learning things over time.
Yay.
Like I enjoy being like, yes. And so I can't really think of things that I would just ask.
I mean,
I don't know.
I do my best. What was I finally need to sit down and read Sadazamai Reo and Mabu because I basically bought that and put it on my shelf and I haven't read it. I have been rereading Maiden Rose, and so far the 2021 cos plan is nothing but garbage men.
Interesting.
The 2021 cos plan is nothing but just very, very bad men.
I mean, again, it doesn't surprise me. You definitely have like a type of character
I have a huge type.
Yeah.
I have a type.
You do. And I'm not shaming you for it.
I wish you would. I wish you would. And one character that I'm very surprised that I like because they're from an anime I can't stand. So it would mean having to watch the anime to get costume details and get more character details, but I don't like this anime, but I really like this character. So it's like, oh shit, what do I do?
But I want to know what the anime is.
I'm not telling you.
Is it something that I like?
No, you don't like it.
Okay.
I don't think you like it. If it was something you liked, I would tell you.
Is it something popular?
Texas, right? Yeah, Funimation is it. Well, so it was in my backyard when I was back home because I'm originally from Dallas, Fort Worth. I live in San Antonio now. Colorado.
Where in Colorado? You have to tell me because my a huge chunk of my family is in Boulder / Longmont, and I'm in Colorado a lot. Well,
I have never been. The only time my aunt went to Colorado once and messaged me from her hotel room, and she's like, "I'm high as fuck," and I was like, "Okay, this is where we are in our adult relationship." Like they love to like video call me on Facebook. It's like, Amanda, I'm very high. Like,
oh, Greeley. One of my aunts, I think, lives in Greeley. Like one of my aunts moved to Greeley maybe a couple of years ago or something like that. She's from everyone's like my whole family's from Oklahoma, but like my dad's side of the family, a lot of them ended up moving to Colorado. And actually one of my uncles is a professor at CU. And when I say he's like a literal rocket scientist and he teaches engineering, I think, or some smart science stuff at CU.
Did you just say smart science stuff?
Yes.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Oh my god.
Anyway.
Yeah, I've never been to Colorado. I've heard nothing but good things. There's also a giant statue there that I want to visit. Lucifer,
Oh, the freaking
the
scary
demon horse.
thing.
I want to visit Lucifer very badly. I
So
love him. He's great.
terrifying.
I want to
No,
see Lucifer.
no,
I
I
love
don't.
him. He's amazing.
Terrifying. No, I really do like when I say I like Colorado, I like Boulder a lot and I like Longmont. Um and I've been to Colorado Springs once and I really enjoyed that. But there are a lot of places in Colorado I haven't been and probably won't go to unless like my family drags me there or something. So and I also have not done a lot. The only Colorado thing I've done, I mean, I'm sure you can guess what the Colorado thing I've done, but I haven't done like we haven't skied.
You're black. We don't ski.
Exactly.
Like
Although
Game of Thrones.
my dad did used to snowboard.
Is your dad lost?
Yes,
I see how it is. Aisha gets an invite.
Yes, we should.
You guys should hang out.
Because I mean, I can't say probably the next time I'll be in Colorado.
2021.
2021. I highly usually we go up for Thanksgiving at least, but I don't know if that's gonna.
And like I'll extend that to Texas. If y'all ever come down here, hit me the fuck up.
Listen,
I will go back to Dallas in a heartbeat. I usually do my conventions there. So when I'm paneling at cons, I usually go back home.
Yeah.
So if you are ever at like a major Texas convention, I'm probably there. So hit me up.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, I'm not too far from Dallas, so.
No, you're not. You're actually about the same distance that I am.
Right. So.
Because Texas is huge.
Right. It's like it's its own country, honestly.
We can legally secede from the union.
Y'all would.
we threaten it every year.
Like,
every year, Texas threatens to secede from the union because we can. We're the only state that can fly its flag at the same height as the U.S. flag. Everyone else has to be under. We can fly it at the same height.
It's ridiculous.
We secede from the union so we can say fuck all of y'all. And every year we threaten it, and we never do. But like an abusive husband, every year we threaten, we're gonna leave you, and we never do.
You never do. I mean, honestly, bye Texas. Like,
okay, no, y'all would need our oil. Y'all would need our infrastructure. Y'all would need our electoral seats.
Okay. Well,
have you read any sci-fi? So the last sci-fi that
I will be right back. Hold on.
How dare you? The last sci-fi one that I read again was what the fuck? was in a Western webcomic. It was a Starfighter that was really, really good in sci-fi. It was like a good mix of ma'am, what are you doing? If you don't put on pants.
Hopefully I didn't see my whole butt.
You have no butt.
Well,
we did see some leg. The leg was good.
I mean, that's all I have. So I have you're talking about sci-fi yaoi. Now, I will say this really isn't a yaoi in the sense of like what I think about. Yeah, like when I think of yaoi. Wait, what did I miss?
Oh, so I gave my recommendation, which was a Starfighter. It's a Hamlet machine, I believe, but Starfighter is great.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? No, yeah.
Ma'am. In which Aisha destroys the live stream. Aisha, come back. Oh, God. Well, everyone, it looks like it's just me for now while Aisha figures out her life. There we go.
I closed myself out.
I was about to to text you, like,
I
ma'am.
accidentally hit the X button. I was like, no.
Oh, okay. Show us the
My
nice shelving, honey.
huh?
Show us the nice shelving.
So
Carefully.
I'll try without touching. My screen is a touch screen and I accidentally touched it. Okay, so I have these short ones back here,
Oh,
and
and
then
you
I
have
have
okay.
the really tall ones back there.
Got it.
So yeah, it's a okay,
It's
now I
bigger
just
than you
messed
think.
up. Yeah, it's definitely it's bigger, but yeah, the ones behind me, they're quite short. So what I had run off to what is my freaking computer doing now? Oh my gosh. Okay. First, I guess I've like activated the touch screen now, and now it doesn't want anyway.
Oh my god.
Point is
It's just
that I went to go and grab Earthian. So as far as sci-fi, this is like the closest that I have as far as BL. That is sci-fi, I think. Excuse me. I'm trying to, yeah, I think this is the only one I have. And I say it's not yaoi because when I think of yaoi, I think of like explicit, although I know that's not necessarily true. But when I think of that, I think of explicit. And when I think of BL, I think of not explicit. But so I would call this more BL than anything. And it's definitely a product of its time. But it's an interesting story about essentially two angels who are in love with each other, but it is illegal on their planet. Like there's this whole thing, and then there's other things going on within it, but that's kind of like the main romance aspect. And I mean, it's cute. They actually go to they get imprisoned and they have to go to trial because of their relationship. It's wild. Yeah.
all right then.
Yeah, it's very hard to explain. I need to reread it so that I can do a slightly better job of explaining it.
Ton of sci-fi just because my brain tends to not like it because I'm that person who gets like caught up in those like little details of like how is this working and what kind of society is this and like we need to do a lot more to say that we're living on Mars. So like I typically don't like a lot of sci-fi just because it tends to bore me. I do like historical a lot more than I like sci-fi. Which is why I have such a hard on for Maiden Rose.
Right.
Which is why I have such a fucking giant hard on for Maiden Rose. It's how do we make World War II not about Germany? But with the most German character ever put on paper.
You have me really, excuse me, intrigued by it. Like, because you talk so highly of it that it makes me want to give it a try.
I think you'll like it. I don't know. How do I say this without sounding mean? I don't know if you're ready for it. Because it is kind of in that twittering birds never fly category of like, I wouldn't want you to go into this trying to read this like Inuyasha or something where it's like, oh, it's fast, woo, and like, oh, this is bad.
Like,
I wouldn't want you to get turned off by that because like there's a lot of stuff that's actually like kind of upsetting sometimes and like really emotional. I love it, but like, yeah, it's definitely not like baby's first boy's love. Like it's I would say it's intermediate. I'm not going to say it's like expert level. I would say it's like intermediate or something. But I think there's a few more other series that I would want you to try before we dive into that. I think especially like with Maiden Rose, there's a lot there that because I know you had as many problems as you did with Twittering Birds Never Fly, now I'm kind of like, let's shift focus, which isn't bad. It's just my big thing with any kind of recommendation is that's why I always say like, what are you into and what's your level when it comes to recommendations, you also in audience, because one of the things I know, especially about like Yaoi and in the anime spaces, I would never want to throw something at someone that's not on their level. Like, I would never say, like, yeah, let fucking Paranoia Agent be your first anime. Unless you want to rot someone's brain out of their skull. Like, if you want to make someone hate Japan and hate you, say you should watch Evangelion first. Like, that's so that's why I'm always like, hey, what are you into? What's your level? How much trauma do you have? Like, how much can you take? Because I don't want to lob something at you that you can't handle and then you hate it because it was just a bad fit.
Right.
So now that I know that like Twittering Birds Never Fly was initially kind of a bad fit, I don't know if you would like Maiden Rose. I think you'd like it in theory, say, but I think once you actually get into it, I'm not sure if you'd like it. Like if you couldn't handle some of the Twittering Birds Never Fly, I'm not sure you can handle it in Maiden Rose.
Right. Yeah.
So,
which to be fair, with Twittering Birds, I think I went into it expecting one thing and getting something else. So now that I know how to look at it, I mean, because it's like, I do like messy stuff. I mean, I'm looking at the cornered mouse dreams of cheese.
At the actual corner.
Yeah, because it's over in the corner.
Looking in the actual corner.
But like that, and then it's follow up. The carp on the chopping block jumps twice or whatever. Like it's a pretty messy story. I think though, my thing is that I've come to learn about myself, especially in the past couple of years. I really like romance, and I like stories that, even if they are messy, that focus on the relationship, no matter how messy it is, you know?
Also, when you say that you're looking for a very specific type of romance, like even when we're talking about Twittering Birds Never Fly, oh, they weren't romantic. I'm like, yes, they were for who these men are.
Right. Yeah.
Like, and you have to put it in the context of who these men are. So no, you're not going to get fucking rose petals behind them.
Right. Which is what I want.
Yeah, what you want. You know, it's not going to be fucking Ono and Chicago. It's not going to be that.
Right.
These guys are hot and heavy for who they are. And I think Maiden Rose is kind of like that. Like Klaus is pining over Taki constantly. You perpetually see the depth of Klaus's love for Taki. But it's never going to be in that grand gesture that I think would translate to you. And that's okay. That's fine. And I'm the opposite. I'm very turned off by that. I'm very turned off by like saccharine displays of romance, which is why I like these more subtle series.
Right.
So to me, yeah, in a lot of ways, the way Domeki and Yashido talk to each other, it's very romantic. Now, again, like, are there flower backgrounds and is time stopping? No. But for a Yakuza boss and his bodyguard, they're practically swooning over each other perpetually. Domeki speaks very loftily about Yashiro, almost immediately, constantly praising his eyes and how beautiful his hair is, constantly brushing at him. They are clearly infatuated with each other. Just because it isn't this hyper romanticized gesture does not mean that it is not inherently romantic. It's having to look for it in those more subtle moments. But yeah, like when we were going over that manga, you were like, yeah, it didn't seem very romantic to me. It's like, it's like at the end of the volume, Yashido's like laying in Domeki's lap and Domeki's petting his hair. Like, what do you want? What are you looking for?
I guess I don't know what it there's just something about, I don't know. It's I don't know how to explain it, but it just didn't. But to be fair to the series, it is just the first volume. Right. You know what I mean? Like, so I could get to know them more as I read and then get used to their style, I guess. But yeah, because for me in the first volume, I was just like, I don't feel the like, I don't know. I didn't feel
okay.
Well, it felt I should say it feels kind of one-sided. Like I do feel like
which one is on whose side?
Okay, is Domeki the one that's impotent?
Yes.
Okay, I do. He gives me vibes that he does already have some feelings for
Yashido.
Yashido.
Yes.
Yashido gives me
Yashiro wanted to suck
indifferent
his dick
fuckboy.
immediately.
But that's not romantic. That's just like I separate. Like I sucking dick doesn't mean I love you.
Oh my god. For him, it does. It's like the one thing you won't do for others. You're exhausting.
That is not how I say I love you. That's how I say thank you for doing the dishes.
That's a very low bar. I don't think mine is much higher. This is what happens when y'all don't ask us questions. I'm just giving you a heads up.
we just say random
this is
things.
what happens when you guys don't ask us shit. But yeah, because I've been rereading Maiden Rose, I think I want to put Taki Raisen back on my list for 2021 because I've been dying. I've been dying to get back into a military uniform.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get back into a military uniform.
Would you cosplay just and like just take pictures, or would you wear it out somewhere just to be seen?
Just
even though
mall. Just go into the mall.
Yeah.
Out in a full World War II uniform.
Why not?
Because I don't want to go to jail. No, I'd wear it to a con. I go to conventions.
But are there any conventions happening this?
That's like the 2021.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear the 2021 part.
I have made no costumes this year at all.
Yeah.
I have made 0 costumes this year, which is why the 2021 cosplay right now is so long.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yaoi goody. Gorgeous Carrot, I have read. I like Gorgeous Carrot. I think it has aged. It has aged. It has aged. I'm not going to say poorly, but it indeed has aged. I still like Gorgeous Carrot a lot. Actually, hold on. Now here's my chance to go to the shelf because I think I have another one. Oh, God. I do. Okay. Okay, so if you've read my blog, which all of you should have by now, there's a manga called Ludwig II, which I say saved my life, which is also by Yohigori-san. And it's a fictionalization of the Mad King of Wisselbach, King Ludwig II. It's very gay, very smutty. The real King Ludwig may or may not have been gay, but he wasn't this gay. This series literally saved my life. It gave me direction when I needed direction. I got to go see King Ludwig's castles, and I knew more than the tour guides. I was bitten. I was bitten by one of his swans. Yes, I was bitten by one of his swans. So this manga is very thick.
That is really thick. with 2 C's.
Yeah, and there's 2 volumes, which is also thick. Camera.
Wow.
So I have read some Yohigori. I have read Gorgeous Carrot. It's fine. I think you, Aisha, may like Gorgeous Carrot because it's a little bit like 90s. It's very 90s sojo, so like it's really melodramatic. Okay. So your sweet spot may be everything that I hate, which is like
more than likely, yes, because I do have I have a lot of, I don't know if it's nostalgia, I don't know what it is, but I love like 90s, early 2000s manga. Obviously not all the series because there's some bad ones, but when I like a series, it doesn't surprise me when I find out that it's from like the 90s, early 2000s, or something about the style. And I think it's because that's when I first started reading manga, was like 2006, so it's like in that era, it's very nostalgic for me. And so I tend to like things from there. There's I don't know if I'd call it BL, until the full moon, or what is it? Yeah, full moon, or hold on, let me double check. It's on my shelf somewhere, but I don't feel like
You don't feel like getting up again.
I don't feel like getting up again. Full moon. I think it's full moon. No, until the full moon.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Ugh, what's gonna annoy me until it's until the full moon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only 2 volumes. I think there's also a 2-volume follow-up, but it's actually it's very like shoujo romance, but with a kind of BL twist. The protagonist is I think he's half werewolf, half vampire.
So an abomination.
Something like that. I think it's half vampire, half
I just went full
werewolf.
Anne Rice vampire for a minute. I fully apologize.
Oh, you did. Oh.
It's like, so an abomination unto the Lord is what you've mentioned. Good Lord. Oof. All came out of me.
Wow. Ooh, it jumped out. But no, like it's so the protagonist he doesn't ever shift into an actual wolf. He turns into a girl, basically. And so it's very like I hesitate to call it BL because like he turns into a girl. And now the love interest is like, I love you regardless. Like I love you when you're a boy and when you're a girl. But the way that it's written, it's very much like they don't do anything sexual until he turns into his girl self, which is annoying. But the rest of the story I really like. So like the feel of it I like. I didn't like the whole like, oh, we can't be gay. You know what I mean? Like
I don't like any of that.
That part annoyed me.
I hate all of that. I hate every part of that.
But I like it's like supernatural, kind of silly, like bad guy of the week or whatever. It's very like
no, I hate
cheesy.
That. I actually hate that. Wow, I viscerally hate that. That sounds terrible. That actually sounds awful to me. So if I hate it, Aisha's gonna love it.
Here's the plot synopsis on Wikipedia. No, Marlowe, a teenage half vampire, half werewolf, discovers that during the full moon, he turns into a girl. His family betrothed him to the playboy vampire and son of a family friend, David. And that's pretty much what it is. And it's a whole like, will they, won't they? It is like,
what vampire family is willing to accept this unholy abomination? What vampire fucked a werewolf? What level of unholy anatomy led up to this? I mean, from what I've ever studied, vampire genes are dominant. This should just be a ghoul. In what scenario do you get 50-50? And in which whose traits become dominant and whose traits become recessive?
See, you're thinking too hard.
Because it should be thought about.
This isn't something that you read to think. You read it to not think.
Antithetical to everything I do. And I mentioned this last time. If I ever have a manga that just washes through me, it's fucking trash. I don't like that. I hate that shit. If I am not thinking about this for days, weeks, months later, it's fucking trash. No. I refuse. I hate shit that's just, oof, I'm done. I can't stand that ish. I am still fucked up about Devilman Crybaby, and it's been like 2 years.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my cheeks hurt.
I mean, that's fine. Like, I get like why that exists and like who that person is. I just can't stand it. Like, that kind of anime does like negative stuff for me.
I like to have a balance. Like, there are sometimes when I do feel like I want. Oh, this is a good question. Hold on.
Oh, the worst.
The worst. Oh, okay. There we go.
By what metric? Like, worst as far as like anatomy, worst as far as like storytelling, worst as far as like this really triggered me. Like, because again, like I don't really understand like blanket statements like that, because to me, it's not so much that this is the worst, it's just not for me. So like, worse in what metric? Like, to me, this was like, oh, all the anatomy was bad, or the storytelling was really, really poor, or like, hey, this sent me right down trauma alley. Like, worst in what regard? For the 3 you've read.
Right.
for the 3 to 5 you've read.
I'm trying to think of, so I don't own it anymore. I actually gave it away. And again, I'm still like, I'm just going to say worst as in just like one that I really didn't like and wouldn't read again, since we don't really know. Oh, most weird and uncomfortable. Okay. So, oh gosh, I'm mad at myself because I don't remember the name of it.
Like, problematic.
So, and it's okay. To be fair to us, we have like, I feel like our idea of problematic, because we talked about it in our
we spent an hour and a half talking about it.
we don't call, there's not a whole lot of things that we call like truly problematic.
Yeah, there's not a lot. But I do have a weird and uncomfortable one. And it was actually what I mentioned during the problematic episode, which is that one like Venus de Milo yaoi that I read forever ago, where like this guy loses his arms and his seme is just like way too into it. Like, just way too into it. And I felt like I needed to take a bath. Like, it was just the story was all over the place. I didn't like it. It just didn't do anything for me. And it wasn't even like a Jano Subete where it's like, because Jano Subete fucked me up, and I would say that's high key problematic, made me very uncomfortable, and was very weird. But at least I was so engaged that it's like, let's keep going. I'm gonna cry, but let's keep going. This Venus de Milo one was just like, what?
It freaked you out.
Happening? Like, and I did consume it to the end because I don't think it was very long. Also, I'm pretty sure I was in college, so like I was just hate reading shit because I had time. Like, I would just hate read shit because I had nothing better to do. I was in a Catholic college in a tiny ass dorm room, so like I would read whatever. But like, that one just did nothing for me.
Right.
So I guess like that's my most weird and problematic.
Yeah. The one that I had in mind, which I'm so annoyed with myself because I can't remember the name of it. I do know it was a one shot that I found secondhand. I think when I was in Toronto or something. And I ended up giving it to, I hated it so much. I talked about it on my Instagram stories. And then one of my Instagram followers was like, hey, I'll take it if you don't want. And I was like, yeah, because she was just curious as to like, because I hated it so much. She was like, okay, I got to read it. And she also was just like, So it was an anthology. And the thing that I didn't like about it, because you already know that I don't love age gaps, but in a lot of cases, age gaps, there are some, not in a lot, but there are in some cases where it doesn't bother me. Or I could say, you know what, it's an age gap, but it's everything else is fine. Like, I could see where people would like it. But this one of the stories, oh my gosh, not only was it a huge age gap, right? Where it's like, I want to say the one boy was like in middle school, and the other the love interest was not only much older, but also his uncle. His actual uncle, like not married, not by marriage, his actual uncle. They were actually related. So there was an age gap, a very inappropriate age gap. And also incest. And it was painted in a way that it was supposed to be like, I was supposed to root for this couple, and I was just like, see, what we're not gonna do is root for no. So that it was just awful. Now the other stories, I don't remember the other stories being as bad. It was that one story that made me hate the entire thing, because I was like, this is garbage. Like, this is absolute garbage. And then also I think the boy was being like, was he being, I think he was getting the M word by, like, his dad was, doing stuff to him too, if I remember correctly. And I'm just like, what is this? Why is this here? So definitely the weirdest and most uncomfortable that I've read.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It was absolutely, it was ew. It's awful.
I mean, I don't know. I tend not to read stuff like that anyways. Like, I
Well,
mean,
I didn't know. I didn't go into it knowing.
Like, even like there was one messed up anthology I read a while ago, but like even that was just like, oh, okay, that's happening. But like, I don't know. I guess I'm just like, that stuff doesn't really bother me anymore, which I feel like is bad. That's probably bad.
When you like, okay, when you say it doesn't bother you, like what I interpret it as like, you read it and you're like, but it's not like you're gonna sit and read it again. You know what I mean? Like,
It's fiction. Like,
right.
it doesn't.
It's not like ruining your life to read it.
No, it's not. Like, I don't know. I have a very, very high bar for problematic stuff.
So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think that it's just, you, like you said, you're looking at it like it's fiction. I mean, did I like it? No, but it's fiction. So it's not like really just affecting you, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's not affecting you so viscerally that you just like hate it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Jano Subete was the last one that like viscerally kind of affected me. But even then, like, I interpreted that as, oh shit, like, we're gonna keep going. Because I was curious, I was invested. It was a terrible kind of investment. It felt wrong and dirty and uncomfortable, but there's this morbid curiosity to it, almost like the Freudian death drive a little bit. That, like, I am repulsed, let's keep going. Almost like how I felt about Devilman Crybaby. It's like, this fucked me up, let's do it again. Like, well, no, I say that. I can watch up to episode 4 of Crybaby again, and then I ignore the rest of the series. I get enough so I can do my cosplay notes, because I have to find a pattern for that fucking pimp jacket, and then I ignore the rest of the series, and everyone is fine.
I actually have not finished that. Like, Matt and I started watching it. It was like when everyone was like, talking about it, and we didn't watch very much. I think the biggest reason we didn't finish watching it is because it's a show that we couldn't watch with the kids.
No, not
like, at all.
No.
And so we'd have to wait for them to go to bed. And by the time they go to bed, I'm just like, listen, because I have a hard time staying up after 5 p.m. Typically, I'm like, okay, like right now, you have no, like, I'm holding myself up because I can just go to sleep. So it's hard for me to like sit and like after a certain point, I can't just sit and watch things without getting distracted or falling asleep.
You're the laziest person I've ever met.
Oh man, I've said, if I were an Animal Crossing villager, I would be a lazy villager. Because all I do is talk about
you are genuinely the laziest person I've ever met.
Yes. But I do get, okay, hold on. I have to redeem myself. I am a very, is it hedonistic? Is that how you say, or is it hedonistic? How do you pronounce it? Hedonistic.
It's hedonism.
Yeah. That's like, I am the definition of that.
That doesn't redeem you. Hedonism is not a positive thing. That's not good.
But I'm not done. So I am, but when things need to get done, I do get them done.
Oh, wonderful.
I get things done. It's just the rest of the time I'm not doing anything.
I know.
I will do the one thing that I need to do.
I know.
I won't do anything else.
I'm aware. I'm very aware. I know. I know.
Like today, I got some house chores done, and then I was like, you know what? I'm done for the rest of the day. Picked up groceries. Put the dishes in the dishwasher. Swept up some stuff.
I made a video today for us. Thank you. Thank you.
It was very cute. I know it is. Graphic. I really loved it. I loved it.
I know.
I was gonna actually edit a video for my separate channel, and
that didn't happen for you, did it?
It didn't happen. No, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, Matt's texting. Is he home?
I've been home for 2 hours.
Oh.
Hello, husband.
What? Why didn't you come in and say anything?
That was the ghost. Was your fucking husband?
I wanted to have my uniform.
Okay, come through.
No, I'm in my underwear now.
You're in your underwear.
Yeah, definitely come through.
Well, you can't come through. I don't want anybody seeing you in your underwear.
Fine.
Come through. I have the camera's not pointing towards you. Well, we're not done, so.
Do we need to be done?
No, we don't need to be done. He's fine.
Okay. Are you sure? He sounds
yes.
cool. He's just out in his underwear.
He's always just in his underwear. We don't wear clothes in this house.
So it's a personal problem.
Wait, it's one time my dad, like I was doing a Zoom call with my dad and brothers and stuff, and it was so funny because like they had already, like I had put the phone down to do something. They're like, "You ain't got no clothes on," and I just like a t-shirt on, and then they wanted to say hi to the kids, and so I went into Fox's room, and Fox was sitting there without a shirt on playing this game. And then my brothers were like, did none of y'all wear clothes in this house? Matt walked by in his underwear.
I guess it is a family thing because we are the exact opposite. My family, we put on more clothes around each other. Like if we know that we're home, we will put bras on and pants on. We put more clothing on to be around each other. We have the pajamas we sleep in and the pajamas that are you're actually sitting up for 2 hours and talking in the living room.
I will say, like when I go and visit my dad and them, for example, I do put when I get up in the morning, I get dressed before I go upstairs. Mostly because I don't know. I guess it's because like I'm not in my house and it's like fun to dress up whenever I'm like out and like away.
I love that wearing the minimum human acceptance of clothing is dressing up for you.
No, when I go to my parents, I always look real cute. I have pictures. I clean up pretty well, but only whenever I go places. Otherwise, like if I'm going to be home or if I'm going to Walmart, you're going to see me. I will put on a pair, like it's summertime, so I'll put on a pair of bicycle shorts to go underneath my little t-shirt.
You want to answer this other question?
There was a question.
What is the coolest, most out of the box plot for Yaoi you've ever read? Out of the box.
Out of the box?
I don't really read a lot of out of the box stuff. I guess it would be A Strange and Mystifying Story, which is about like a weird demon contract. I guess that's technically the most out of the box. Or Sarazamai, which is technically a boy's love, which involves 3 boys that get turned into kappas and have to save the world from terrifying otters using butt stuff while being chased by 2 murderous cops. So Sarazamai, I guess, is the most out of the box plot for what is technically a boy's love.
That sounds interesting.
It's absolutely fantastic, and I think is also on the 2021 cos plan.
I've heard other people talking about it, but I've not looked into it, so I might have to.
The 2021 cos plan grows.
I'm kind of intrigued.
Oh yeah, I still didn't tell you the garbage character that I want to cosplay because it out me as a horrible tsundere.
Who?
Maybe right before we close.
Oh my gosh, whatever. So the coolest, most outside of the box plot for Yaoi that I've ever seen. I'll be honest and say I don't think that I personally have read any Yaoi that's out of the box. Like I tend to, when it comes to like Yaoi, I have not read enough to really explore it in the way that I've explored, like, say, hentai, like, so whereas within the hentai sphere, I've read all I've read way past the vanilla stuff, but I think in BL and Yaoi, I'm still navigating it, and most of the stuff I've read is pretty standard vanilla kind of stuff. Not because it's not out there. It's just like there's so much, and I've got to just actually read.
The only other one that comes to mind for me is Inaria Fusanosuke, who I love, who did Maiden Rose. She had another one that was set like World War I, World War II, but all of the tanks were dragons.
Oh, that's interesting.
And like the Germans controlled the dragons, so read into that what you may.
I feel like, does this mangaka really like that era?
World War II. Actually, does some really, really great Full Metal Alchemist doujins because she loves World War II. She's done some good Full Metal Alchemist doujins.
Now that
Fusanosuke has done some great FMA doujins.
That is something that I would absolutely.
With a pairing that I actually like had to come around to, but really, really like.
Who?
Hughes and Mustang.
I see it
oh no, I see it. But like, I mean, I do stand. We're gonna talk about the history of ships next time. I do stand. I can see it. But especially like because in the anime he's such a married man, but he was not always married. And they did spend a lot of time in the desert together, and they are very close friends. And so, I mean, I can see some we touched each other in the desert.
Right. I get what you mean, because I wouldn't. Right, because I don't see him being he wouldn't cheat. I don't think.
No, in almost every doujin I've read, it's either like an infidelity kind of thing, or this happened while they were in Ishbal. So like it happened like up until the day Hughes got married.
Right.
I can totally see, because that's time that accounted for.
Right.
But like pretty much for me, anything I think that happens after he gets married, I'd have a hard time stomaching. But yeah. Fusanosuke does some great stuff with Hughes and Roy, like some fantastic stuff. She draws Roy very soft, and it's like, oh, okay.
Like I like that.
Oh yeah, she does great. So yeah, she did that where all the tanks are dragons, and it's like, okay, cool. This is where we're going.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just haven't really read a whole I haven't read any that I consider to be out. Excuse me. Out of the box.
The weirdest thing about like being an anime fan for as long as I've been is that like again, define out of the box. All of this is weird. Like none of this is normal. Like one of the first ones I read when I was a kid was like Eerie Query, and it was basically holic but gay with more boys. Like a kid who can see spirits. He seeks refuge in a Shinto shrine. There's a perverted priest, and his high school crush is there trying to support him. Like it's holic but gayer.
Right.
Like the Eerie Query, I think you'd like a lot, actually.
It sounds like something I would like.
Eerie Query, I think you'd like, because it's basically holic but with boys. So like that's weird. That's really weird. But I've been watching anime since I was 12, so like my bar for weird is really fucking skewed.
Yeah, and that's something. It makes it even like when you were talking about recommendations earlier. I always have a hard time with when people ask me for recommendations, because especially if I don't know that person personally and haven't like talked to them a lot, it's like I don't know.
That's why I always push back. Like you see me immediately push back. I have no issue giving recommendations, but you're going to fill out this form beforehand, because I will not be responsible for you texting me at 3:00 in the morning because I on the cuff said Devilman Crybaby, and now you're having a full existential breakdown. Like I'm not going to be the one responsible for that.
Right.
So,
yeah. Well, and it's also too like when I think about when I first started reading manga, this YouTube wasn't a thing. The internet wasn't what it is now. I think the fandom wasn't as accessible. It was kind of like you had to, you knew it was there or you didn't, kind of thing, if that makes sense. Like I didn't know anything about, like, in 2006 I didn't know anything about like online fandoms and stuff. I found out about manga just from going to the bookstore, and so for me it wasn't as accessible as it is now. And so like I didn't have someone to ask for recommendations. Like I didn't have,
Weird to me. Okay, I
but
guess
you also have to understand too, like because you grew up in Dallas, right? And
well, yeah, but I was on the internet a lot, so like for me, it wasn't just about location.
Yeah, so. And also though, you have to understand, in 2006, I also had a newborn baby. Like,
okay, yeah, so like,
yeah, so like
yeah.
I didn't have the typical early 20s,
right? Because 2006, I was 16 and in high school.
Right. Yeah. In 2006,
so I had nothing but time to be a shitlord on the internet.
Right. And for me, I had just gotten married. I had a newborn. And so like I didn't have, and it wasn't that I wasn't on the internet at all. Like I was on Gaia, but I had only a certain amount of time I could really be on there because baby. And we also were super poor. So like I couldn't really go and like buy a whole bunch of manga anyway. Mm-hmm. So I definitely I didn't have anyone to like ask for recommendations. So I just read whatever looked interesting to me at the bookstore that I could afford to pick up. So when people ask me for recommendations now, I'm just like, I don't know, just go pick something. And I have to remember that now people have so much access to so much, and they have access to reviews now.
And they don't use it.
I think people do. Wow. If y'all are gonna cancel anyone, cancel Amanda.
Like they have all of this access and they still watch the same 5 shitty anime. I don't understand it.
Okay, that
I physically don't understand it. Y'all have so much access to some of the best and the brightest like ever. Retro Crush is a streaming series that works specifically with like 50s to 80s anime, and y'all up here saying Attack on Titan is the greatest shit. Y'all are uncultured. Shit. Like you guys have so much access to stuff. So much, and legally, not having to torrent, not having to use your one friend in Japan like a fucking drug mule who's like sneaking in Gundam DVDs in his suitcase because he was in the military or his family's military. You guys have so much legal access to shit. But yeah, pop off about Demon Slayer. God damn. I'm so tired.
See, and this is another reason why. Well, I'm glad that I'm not super into the anime side of things, because I feel like, and I could be wrong, you'll tell me, I'm sure, but I feel like in a lot of ways, the manga side of things is a little bit more chill than the anime side. You don't think so?
I fundamentally don't. So I'm going to drag you and all your little manga tuber friends. I don't understand.
Wait.
I'm going to. Because
hold on. What? Because which manga tubers are you thinking of? Like, no, actually, don't say
it. Your genre, not specifics.
Okay. I was like,
what did you think I was going to say here?
I don't know. I was
you fully was like,
I was like, and some of them ain't my friends, and I was like,
no, not. But like, I've never separated the two.
Okay.
The idea that y'all separate anime and manga as like separate fandoms, I think is stupid as shit. I'm sorry.
I can see where you're coming from. I think
stupidest, most elitist shit to me.
I will say that I get where you're coming from, but for me personally, I think I separate it because I don't really watch enough anime to feel comfortable calling myself an anime. Because I think.
But that's what it is. Like, you're still doing the thing.
Yeah, but I think people have an expectation of anitubers that I don't do.
It's the same goddamn thing.
It's the same thing. It's not, though. Because when I think of anitubers, I think of
one people. They're not real people.
I think of like I don't know if you've heard of Mother's Basement. I don't know. I don't want to name, but he's someone that one of the few like people that I consider an anituber that I watch, but he watches like he keeps up with all of everything that's current, also talks about older stuff, but specifically talks about anime. He might mention manga if there is a manga that correlates with the anime he's talking about.
It usually does. Which is why
usually, but I would say that most anitubers don't actually talk about the manga. They talk about the anime. Wait, so hold on, say that again.
Because they have bad tastes. That's not Anitube's fault that they're dumb and have bad taste and only talk about One Piece. That's not their fault. That's not manga's fault that they have bad taste.
I mean, true.
What do you guys think of? I don't like a lot of BL games, mostly because I think the writing is usually really shitty because I'm a writer. So I don't play a lot of BL games.
I haven't played any BL. I actually don't really play a lot. I don't really play a whole lot of like visual novels or like otome games and stuff like that.
I mean, zero judgment. It's like zero judgment, but like it's just never been a world that I've been into.
I have dabbled in a couple, like they're hetero ones though that I was just like that people had like recommended and I tried it. And I mean it can be fun, but I think I do agree with you. Sometimes the writing, and I haven't played all of the games. I'm sure there's some out there that have
writing,
but the ones that I have come across, it's not even just the writing, but also sometimes the translation can be a little bit odd. And I'm like, so I do want to, I have been interested in playing more like visual novels, but more on the Yuri side. Cause I mean, when it comes down to it, y'all know that I'm sure y'all have guessed that like as much as I love BL and Yaoi, I'm a bisexual who really prefers women. So I'm like, but I do love BL. And I would be open to playing some BL.
Yeah, I'm not opposed. Just like all the ones that I've seen, usually like the writing is like not up to par for me. Oh God, I sound like a fucking snob. I mean, I am a fucking snob. I am a snob.
We also love you. It's fine.
Fight me. But yeah, like that's something that's been like festering in me for a while about like MangaTube and AniTube, where it's like you guys act like you're so different, but like really you're not. And like the division that you just mentioned is so manufactured. Like they're hand in hand. Like that's why I just say I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. I like both of it. There's anime that I've watched, there's manga that I've read. Usually it's a manga of an anime that I like a lot. Like the fact that y'all separated it and made it into this like elitist dick measuring contest.
Which like, don't say y'all, because I will say that like I only call it MangaTube because that's what everyone was.
All of you, because you perpetuate it by doing it.
True.
So y'all.
Okay, true.
All of y'all, you perpetuate it by doing it. So this elitist dick measuring contest that y'all have created, I think is like, it's like a microcosm of everything that's wrong with modern discourse and modern fan culture. That y'all have taken something that really is hand in hand.
Right. And I don't think I can't speak for everyone who makes manga related videos, but for me personally, I don't think that my content is better than someone who calls themselves an anituber. I personally, for me, I really just say manga tuber so that people know that I'm talking about manga and not anime. Because I promise you, all the manga that okay, for example, I'm reading Cardcaptor Sakura. Yeah. People will always ask me, "Have you seen the anime?" No, I haven't. Like for most of the manga that I have read, I have not seen the anime.
Okay, so as a fan, I'm gonna cut you off. As a fan, fucking why? Like, I mean, I get it now, like with the kids and everything like that, but like, to me, again, these have always been two sides of one coin. I have never separated anime and manga.
Okay.
They have always been two sides of the same coin. So
for me personally, it's not even because like I do like anime. It's because I I'm not someone who like, if you've noticed, like I don't even watch a lot of TV. I find that I concentrate better when I'm reading. I pay more attention when I'm reading, so I will almost always prefer manga over anime. Not because I think like, oh, anime well or is this or well. It's just for my attention span. For whatever reason, reading helps me concentrate, and so I feel like I always end up like I miss something when I'm reading or when I'm watching anime. Like with Haikyuu, for example, I've watched 1.5 seasons. Um, and while I really enjoyed the anime, I started reading the manga recently on the Shonen Jump app, and I find that like I prefer it. I prefer it not because because I feel like the anime follows the manga pretty well. I'm sure some like super fans would probably say that that I'm wrong, but like to me it seems to follow really well. Like, but I can pay attention and get more of the story when I'm reading as opposed to um with the anime. And so I guess for me, like I perpetuate the distinction just to kind of mostly just to cover my butt so people they don't come to my channel expecting something that I'm not doing, if that makes sense.
I mean, it physically does. It's just, again, like it honestly, it blows my mind because, again, like I don't disagree with you, but I still feel like you're missing half the picture. You're still missing half of the show. You're missing half of the point. Because yeah, like you're right. Like there's definitely some things that I feel like I've retained a lot better because I've read it. But to me, it's still just such an incomplete picture. Like there's such a beauty now in knowing that in my head, when Keiichiro Tachibana speaks, there's a voice to it. That I know what this looks like. There's a visual language that I have now to express, and seeing these things come to life and hearing them speak and hearing them move and speak. There's something about that to me, again, like I can't imagine separating the two. There's such a high, because I remember like reading Inuyasha and then watching it and being just like just amazed that the things that I read coming to life. Like that's why like it really it fascinates me, and especially I think for outside of your case, I think it's really disappointing because yeah, like to me you really are missing half of the damn point, especially in something that you haven't. Now for me, when it comes to like BL, obviously I'm a manga tuber because a lot of the stuff doesn't have an animated adaptation. So I love manga, obviously, but yeah, like for the stuff that has an anime adaptation, I don't know how you could call yourself a fan and not see both. Because to me, those have never been separate. It's always been, so like I was an AP English, obviously. So, obviously, as you can tell by my everything. So I'd always, whenever I was studying, it was always like three things. It was like, I usually got Cliff Notes, not because I was dumb, just because when you've read 1,000 books a year, you will gloss over something. I read the source material, and if a movie was available, I watched a movie. And it wasn't because I didn't like the book. It was just because sometimes it was easier to connect. So, you know, to bring up something that no one wants to talk about, like Harry Potter. Yes, I've read the books. Of course I've read the books.
Yeah.
I've also seen all of the movies because the movies are the books come to life. So like, I mean, I guess with novelizations, it's a little bit easier to explain away, like, I'm just a fan of the book or whatever. But like for anime and manga, like, yeah, like the way that the internet has really separated these two in instances where it's not necessary. So like card captors, you have an anime for that. You have a great anime for that. Sailor Moon, you have an anime for that. Like when you, sorry, it's okay. But like when you've separated it when it doesn't need to be separated, I think is frankly confusing and exhausting. I mean, I get where you're coming from. Like, I'll never like shame or judge anyone. But like, it's something that like as I've come into this world, because by association with you, I get a lot of people like, "Oh, are you a manga tuber?" No, I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
I will say though too that like, even just the term the term manga tuber, which I have used it
I know.
because it is a word that people know, like when someone hears manga tuber, they know that I talk about manga, right?
And
So it's just easy to say it. But I will say that, like, one thing I don't like about that term is that it implies that I am, how do I say this? I'm trying to think of how I say this how do I articulate this? Okay. So I do not consider myself to be a YouTuber in the way that, like, when people say I'm a YouTuber, yes, I put up content on YouTube, but YouTube is not the thing that I do. The thing that I do is talk about manga. I could talk about manga anywhere. So I like that you just say you're a fan instead of saying, oh, I'm a manga tuber, because saying a manga tuber means that, like, you are a YouTuber who talks about manga. But I see myself as a manga reader
on
first
YouTube.
on YouTube. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I was gonna drag you forward, and then you explained. I'm like, okay,
Yeah. Like,
so I was gonna read you for it, and then you explained.
Because I realize that I am on YouTube, but I'm not a YouTuber. That's like, YouTubing is not my thing. Like, talking about manga. I wouldn't even say, is it commentary? I don't know if it's commentary. I don't know. I talk about manga that I like, not in a very critical, well, probably more critical than I think. I'm probably more. Wow. You are hateful. So rude.
Yes, I am. In front of all these children. Sure, Jan.
Wow.
In front of all these children. Sure, Jan.
Oh,
I think that speaks to why you're more famous than me, is that you're approachable. I'm an asshole. So you have these, like, lighthearted opinions.
First of all, I'm not famous. We have established this.
You have 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. You're approaching on 2,000 followers on Twitter. You get paid by major publishing companies to talk about their content. You are famous. And if I have to write that down on my dick so you can stare at it every single time you go down on it, then I will say so. Have y'all ever tried to visualize what a manga would be like anime? All the time.
I'm gonna be honest and say no. I don't. Not that I can consciously. I don't think so. I'm just okay. To be fair to me, I'm not, like, Matt will tell you, I'm just not like
dig out of the hole. Just
so
desperate.
Visual mediums are just, for some reason, like, I have unless it's like I don't know what it is. I swear I probably have, like, I don't know, like, maybe some sort of, like, attention deficit.
I have ADD.
Because okay, well, I don't know what is going on with you, because I can't, like, I don't like going to movies, for example. I don't like, if you like, I do not watch very many movies because I cannot pay attention. Okay. Matt will tell you, like, I cannot pay attention. I will, they don't engage me for some reason. Now, I will say that when I watch things with subtitles, it does help me engage a little bit. Or say engage because I have to read. And that's the thing. Like, when I'm reading, I am so engaged, and, like, something about reading really, like, captures me.
My mind.
But the visual stuff, like, I have such a hard time. That's why I haven't watched I haven't watched a lot of anime. Well, partially because I have to watch it with like, I'm not a snob who watches it, with subtitles, because because not all English dubs are horrible.
Just most of them.
I mean, lots of them are, but, like, for me, it's really because I have to be reading something in order to, like, to understand it or whatever, or to grasp it. I don't know what it is, but, like, visual, and also sometimes, like, audio stuff. Like, I'm just now getting into audiobooks because I would have a hard time listening. Like, I couldn't
You literally host a podcast.
I know. I listen to podcasts. So that's podcasting is what's gotten me into listening to more audiobooks, because I started realizing like, oh, I can listen to a podcast. So I've been venturing into other things. It's helped me. It's like a skill that you have to, cultivate. And I've gotten better at listening. And listen to you.
But yeah, like I absolutely assign voices in my head. One of the things that I love doing is I love fan casting. So like if I could get my way, like if I could recast like Antique Bakery and get voice actors for it, who would I do? Which no one, because Kazuhiko Inoue is in it and he's perfect and I love him. So like I do that all the time. Like I'm constantly like assigning voice actors to roles. I love imagining what the stuff would look like animated, because especially a lot of the art's just beautiful and I'd love to see it come to life. Like there was such a beauty in like figuring out what color Tachibana's hair really is in Antique Bakery, because it's so different from the cover when it gets animated. It's like, oh, that's what color your hair is. Like it's just a cool thing. Like that stuff blows my mind. Like people who are like, I don't watch movies. It's like fucking, I mean, I'm a media critic, so like I watch movies, I ingest media, I can recite movies to you. Like I guess like the visual stuff has always been really, really big for me. I love comic books of all kind, not just the Asian ones.
Yeah.
Like the visual stuff has always meant a lot to me. So like that might be one of the reasons why it's so kind of like abhorrent to me, that it's like I don't know how you could do that. But like I understand it from you. I think it's like literally no one else I think gets a pass from me. Like I get it.
Well, also because you like me, so
I put up with you. I still challenge the fuck out of it, as I just did, but like
but you're like, I mean, but also,
no, but like, what am I going to do? I'm not going to like a Clockwork Orange tie you down to a chair and make you watch like, what am I going to do? Like, what am I going to do with that? Like, no, you must watch Cardcaptor.
And I will say, I think that if there is if so, like with Haikyuu, and I keep bringing that up, because it's low key BL anyway. So
I don't like it. I don't.
It's fine. It doesn't surprise me that you don't like it. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
It's just trite. It's fine. You know what? Okay, it's not that I don't like it. It's boring to me.
Yeah, it's not your.
But I like gay sports. It's just not my gay sport.
Yeah, you like Free, right?
I like Free and Tsurune.
And I haven't seen either one of those.
Yeah, like I like gay sports. It's just not my gay sport.
Right. But no, like for those, I fully intend to finish the anime, and I fully intend to catch up with and eventually finish the manga. Like I have no problem. Like that is a series that I have no problem doing both. I just think for me, not every series does that for me. Girls Last Tour is a series that I really like. That I loved the manga, and did I finish the anime? Actually, I think I did. Did I watch the whole thing? Anyway, I watched it and loved it. Oh, The Land of the Lustrous is a series that like I watched the anime first, freaking loved it, and I would like to read the manga to find out what happens. Because it only has one season. So there are some like that I've watched. Like it's not like I don't watch any anime. I don't watch enough to feel comfortable like saying that I'm someone who talks about anime.
I think it's just no, because again, like to me, they're not different. Like,
well, I guess what I mean, like they're.
I understand what you're saying physically. Like you do not watch anime, so you don't feel. But like,
yeah, because like, what would I talk about? Like, I guess that's where I'm coming from. It's like, whereas with manga, I've read quite a bit of manga and own quite a bit of manga. So like, if someone like it's plenty of content. Like I could make content.
Yeah, but it's the same
but anime
story.
Be able to.
It's the same. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the idea of separating it to me is so comical. Like unless you have like a Full Metal Alchemist scenario where like the manga and the anime diverged, like you're talking about the same thing. Like that's why it's so weird to me. Like you're talking about the same thing.
Okay, I figured it out. I think we are talking. Okay, we are on two different. Wait, like I get what you are saying when you say
Yes.
when you like. I get because yes, like especially if a manga or if
Has
the
an anime
anime
adaptation.
follows the manga,
Yes.
then those are the same thing. So like
Yes.
Fruits Basket, for example, with the new
Yes.
anime, like talking about Fruits Basket is talking about Fruits Basket for
Right.
the most part. Well, not with the old anime, the new anime
Sure.
and manga, yes.
Yes.
Where where I am coming from, or what I'm talking about, is more so the amount of anime that I've
Okay.
watched compared to the amount of manga that I've read.
Okay.
So like I call myself a manga tuber because I have read more manga and have more manga to talk about than anime, because a lot of the manga that I read don't have anime, or
Okay.
I don't read a lot of manga that like
Okay.
that has an anime. Does that make sense?
Okay. That makes more
Yeah.
sense.
Okay.
That
Yes.
makes more sense.
So I Oren High School Host Club has an anime. I watched the anime, read the manga, have nostalgic feelings for both. So I could
Mm-hmm.
comfortably talk about Oren High School Host Club and
Mm-hmm.
it wouldn't separate the two. Well, there's differences,
Yeah.
but um but then like for example, um I'm looking at so many things that don't have um an anime, but like I don't know. So all of my uh all of my Erika Sakurazawa
Mm-hmm.
stories, as far as I know, there aren't any, like there's no anime for any of these. As far as I know, I could be, at least not that has been released in English or in
Mm-hmm.
English in the States that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
Or a lot of like Fumi Yoshinaga's stuff doesn't, have an anime. So like
Antique Bakery does.
okay, Antique Bakery does, but all of her other stuff I don't think
No, because
does.
it's not popular.
Right. So when I say like when for I can't speak for every person who makes,
Sure.
but for me that's where I separate. It's more so like how much knowledge I have. But like I don't watch anime. Like a lot of anitubers, they keep up with like all the anime, and I'm just like I don't know how you have
Sure. I
time.
keep up with the 5 things that are popular and that gets them ad revenue. Do
Well,
not give them that much credit. I won't.
okay,
They
but
can
that's still more.
regurgitate the same talking points about the same 5 shows so they can stay current on the algorithm.
I'll give you that, but it's still more than it's still more than like I literally like.
Well, then by that metric, I'm no longer an anime fan because I don't keep up with the big series because they're trash.
Well, you can still be. I mean, like you're definitely a fan, girl.
Then by that metric, then I've aged
Oh,
out of anime fandom. Like if
no,
you're talking about that, then I've lost my license. I'm no
but
longer an anime fan.
no, but you've also still watched a lot more anime than I. Like I guess because I feel like in my head, and again, I'm only speaking for me, but it's like what I call like how do I? So I like clothes. Well, I don't like clothes, but I sometimes like to wear clothes. But like in my old channel, like I occasionally did like outfit things, but I would have never called myself a fashion YouTuber because I didn't have like the closet or the knowledge. And so for me with manga and anime, it's like, yeah, I can talk about this series that has a manga and anime because I've either read the manga or watched anime or both. But like, I don't feel comfortable putting myself in a space where I'm like, ooh, I talk about anime because I would only be talking about the anime that I've watched that has a corresponding manga series. And I was gonna say nobody would want to watch that, but I'm sure actually, you know what? I see people all the time that talk about the same, like you said, the same series.
Same 5 anime, all saying the same
So I
damn
guess
thing
really,
about it. Like if you want to hear a bunch of white men in front of a green screen talk about One Piece, I mean, there's 1,000 guys that'll do that for you.
Or MHA. Or Demon Slayer.
Or Attack on Titan.
Or Attack on Titan.
I mean, I'm just saying.
There's so many. And I'm, you know what? Let me not talk about people. I very much, as a rule, I try not to be.
I don't have those rules.
Shady.
I mean,
publicly.
It's not shade to me. It's just true. Like,
no, it's true. No, I was gonna be shady.
It's not true. If it's accurate, like shade is like insulting your mom. That's shade. I'm just speaking of fact. Like, there is an abundance of white men who will tell you about the Big Five anime. That's just a fact.
And then tell you, and then tell you that tell you that your content is trash because you don't talk about those things.
Right, and then we'll tell you that you're bad or you're not a real fan if you don't jerk off Attack on Titan for 30 seconds.
Like, okay.
Right, like sure, like that's just a fact. Like that's not shade. That's just a reality.
I was gonna be shady.
Telling you children, this is what happens when you don't ask us questions, is we just get mean.
Yeah, I was gonna be shady.
Dark. We're both old and it's getting late. Like this is what happens.
Right?
Questions. We just get fucking mean.
There is so much. Like when you mentioned MangaTube, you saw my reaction.
I think I get it, but I don't get it. Like but it's at this stage of I don't think I'll ever get it. So I give it a pass. Like
and I will say that I don't know, like I don't really know like where it's like that name kind of like started or when, because I'm still like I'm new to this community. I'm using air quotes because people like to throw around that word community
and they don't actually mean it.
And I'm just like, some of y'all. Anyway, let me see. I need to stop. But no, like so I don't really know where that term originated. I kind of always likened it to, like there's BookTube.
Yeah.
Which technically MangaTube is also BookTube.
But BookTube would never say they're a part of Manga.
Right, exactly. But
and they're being stupid to me because so I'll make an analogy to fandom. So I remember, back in the day, if you were I remember making this reference a long time ago. If you told me in 2015 that I would be dressed up as a comic book character, like a Batman character at an anime convention, I would not believe you. Because for so long, those fandoms were separate. But the funny thing is that almost all fans are polyglots. Almost all of us are fans of different things. So we're usually fans of some passingly gay American television like Supernatural.
The fact that they even played, they
absolutely did. Yeah. Like we're usually fans of like one of the gay TV shows like Doctor Who, Hannibal, Sherlock, Supernatural. We're usually fans of some kind of podcast like Welcome to Night Vale or something like that. We're usually comic book fans as well. We may or may not be Star Trek or Star Wars fans, but like the idea that like I was just an anime fan, I really had a hard time reconciling that. Because if you really like hold me down in a way that I guess is not sexy, I came into this world way more as a comic book fan of Batman, of Iron Man, of Booster Gold than I ever did with anime.
Okay.
So having the idea of those two sides of my consciousness are not the same person actually was kind of just, it was stressful for a while. But finally, a lot of anime conventions realized, hey, we're all just fucking nerds.
Right.
And it doesn't matter.
Which explains why you said when you were saying, you call yourself a fan. It's not even just a fan of anime or yaoi or whatever.
I like a lot of things.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons like I'm so I don't like when I get like lumped into this space sometimes, because it's like if you look at my blog, like a bunch of people tag me like, oh, Anna blogger. I mean, I like that, but I write about so much more than anime because I'm so much more than an anime fan. Not that anime isn't important to me, and not that I'm not writing about anime right now, but that isn't the only thing that matters to me. Manga is not the only thing that matters to me. Harry Potter is not the only thing that matters to me. a lot of things matter to me. I am a fan.
Right. I feel like, did I cut you off? Am I cutting you off?
No,
Okay.
I'll let you.
Okay, true. So that's a very interesting thing or conversation, because I know within so a lot of the people that also make like content on YouTube that I talk to have had moments of that maybe they did like predominantly like manga related content or whatever, but they've talked about wanting to do different things,
Thank
talk about
you. Yes,
different
that's it.
things.
That's
Side
it.
note,
Yes.
Side note,
Yes.
I stumbled into nerddom through video games, actually. Like, a lot of people don't know that, but like I was, yeah, for me, my gateway was video games. Like, literally, I was born in 86. The
Gotcha.
Nintendo had come out in 85 in the US, and my parents had bought it because my dad was a big game nerd, and I literally grew up playing Nintendo, and like we had like Punch Out, we had like the track game. There was a track game where you had a pad that you had to like run on. Like, anyway, I entered into I was a gamer. I don't
Right.
game much these days, but anyway, except for Animal Crossing now. But anyway, point is that a lot of people in this space had been like, I guess they were starting to get burned out with just talking about manga. And so they were like feeling like they felt like they couldn't step out and do other things. And it's like, for me personally, I like having my channel that's just about manga. Although I do have other interests. And for me, the reason why is because this is not my first YouTube channel, and I've seen what happens when you share um everything. Like, not everything as far as like personal, but like when you share all of your interests. Because on my other one, my old channel, I did like fashion stuff, I did ballet, I shared my ballet stuff, I shared manga stuff there, also book stuff. Like, I had all of my interests on this one channel. And the thing is that after a while, like, the things that I enjoyed stopped being just for me. And so like I caught myself, and this doesn't happen to everyone, but I know like for me, like with my ballet stuff, for example, I caught myself like getting so like I was no longer just recording things to share. It was like, okay, it has to be perfect. Like, it turned into this almost like not a job per se, but it felt like an obligation. And so practicing my ballet, which is something that I should do anyway because I literally take classes, but like I started to not like it as much because I felt like I had to be perfect for the internet. And so when I started Mama Loves Manga, I was like, you know what? It's just gonna be about manga, because I need to have hobbies that are just for me, that like other people aren't inserted into, and like giving me their opinions or whatever. Like, I collect dolls. I've mentioned it. Some people don't know, but I've mentioned it. Actually, some of them are back here, but I have a pretty decent little cute doll collection, but I would never make a channel about it, even though it's something, or even a video about it, because although it is something that I love, I don't want to share everything that I'm interested in, because when other people start getting involved, it changes it for me, and it feels like it's no longer for myself. But I mean, that's just me. I can't speak for
Okay.
everyone, obviously. So yeah, I like having like one single thing. And yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense.
It doesn't, but it's your experience, so
Take a shot every time you hear Amanda say it doesn't, but it's your.
I mean, it doesn't, but like, I'm not going to tell you that your feelings are wrong. I'm not that much of a seme. Like, I'm not going to tell you that your feelings and your experience are wrong.
Wait. How, we're making you feel old? How?
Are you older than us?
Because this whole time I didn't think you were.
I know black don't crack, but like,
No. explain to us. You don't have to tell us your age, but
Tell us your secrets, wizard. Like, no, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me because like that's just not how I see it. It's like again, like I'm not saying to be flippant. Like I'm not trying to be rude. Like, no, it doesn't make sense. Like, no, it doesn't make sense because I don't see it that way.
right,
But like,
right.
I'm not going to tell you that you're experiencing your feelings wrong. Like, like no, your feelings are bad.
Like, no, that's wrong. Sorry. No, get out.
Those feelings aren't validated here. Like, no, it does not make sense to me because I don't see it that way.
Right.
But like, those are your feelings, and I have to respect them.
I mean, and you're not doing anything to not.
No, I'm just hot over here. I'm just hot.
Yeah, with your fan. Do you have your air on?
Oh yeah, it's on. I have a light right in front of me though, so I don't look like a teeth.
Right. I mean, honestly, so my lighting, I need to get some warmer lighting because I feel like my lights, it makes me look gray. Like I look ashy on the screen.
I look like a beautiful glossy cherub.
Like your skin looks really like it looks golden and healthy, whereas I'm over here looking like casket ready.
Oh my gosh, you are older than us. Greetings, elder. Thank you for joining us.
Not even that much, like not that much older than me.
I mean like in like the wizened kind of way, like a Gandalf kind of way. Like, thank you for joining us. Tell us your ways.
Actually, wait a minute. How old am I?
Do you not know how old you are? You're 4 years old.
Yeah, I'm 34. I had to think about it. I was like, wait, how old am I? I forget. Honestly,
4 years older than me.
Okay, yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's not, I mean, I'm going to be, speaking of age, okay, I have to say that I am very much looking forward to my 40s. And I have several reasons why. Some of the most awesome people that I have the privilege of being related to or knowing or whatever, like, are just living their best lives in their 40s. Also, when I turn 40, my oldest will be 20. My youngest will still be living with us though. He'll still be young, but we'll have one kid nearly out the door, hopefully, if things go well, and I can live my best. Listen, I'm looking forward to it.
I would say, I think you're looking forward to it because it'll, without sounding, I hope this doesn't sound as harsh as it's going to. Like, you finally get to have like those dirty teen years and 20s that you didn't get to have.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like for me, so okay, let's air all of the trauma.
Yeah, we're getting to know you.
I lost both my parents by the time I was 21. And I was a caregiver to both my parents when I was a kid. So by the time I moved out and was on my own, like at 24, 25, like I was the dirtiest fucking just out partying, drinking, doing things that I'm not supposed to talk about on YouTube because I didn't do that really in high school when it was more appropriate because I was busy trying to keep my parents alive.
Right.
Like really in that time, just my mom, because my dad had already died.
Right.
So like I didn't go on like that natural maturity path of let's go ham and like college and stuff like that. It really took me to like my mid-late 20s really to like, let's go ham. Yeah. So like for me, really it was like my mid-20s when I was the party child. It wasn't like getting into college or even like late high school. It was like 23 to 26 probably.
Right.
Like drink shots of triple sec and end up bent over the kitchen island.
Right. Well, and I will say, like, I definitely have stories. Like, I've had my moments, like, but like nothing. Right. Yeah. But overall, like, I mean, because Matt and I met in college. We were 18 when we met. And we did have a breakup period, and I lived my best little slutty life. but it was a very short period of breakup, and then we got back together, and then not long after that I was pregnant and we got married, like all these things. So like my entire adulthood has been motherhood, marriage, which Matt and I, when we do have time just to ourselves, we have fun.
Oh, I'm sure.
So I look forward to when our kids are able to take care of themselves completely.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, I mean, like Fox can make his own food and he cooks dinner for us sometimes, but he's still like under we still guide them. Like we still have to take care of them. He needs to have these skills so that when he is on his own, he can do it and he doesn't have to call us and say, "Can you come cook for me?" Like, no, fool. You know how to cook.
What I'm hearing is like a weird reverse slavery scenario where like you're putting your children to work unnecessarily. That's what I'm hearing. Because you didn't say he helps you with dinner. You said he makes dinner.
He makes dinner sometimes.
No, you went full Django Unchained here where you have a staff.
And here's the thing though, like that's the thing is like it isn't a helping. He really does do like
that's why I'm concerned.
He really does do it. Like
that is right.
When I tried it, like here's the thing. I am actually a recovering helicopter mom. And so like when it was Matt's idea to start having Fox cook. And I was really like, I don't know about this. You have to cut things with knives and I don't know. So I basically had to like not watch so that Matt kind of supervised him. But now Fox is at a point where like I'll be like when he's cooking, I'll sit in the living room and I can see him and I'm like, "You good? You need help? You need help?" And he's just like, "No, Mom, leave me alone." So now he actually likes it and it gives him a sense of like, like response. I don't know, like it makes him feel like he's got something to do.
I'm going to ask him about his rights if they're being infringed upon. I think he
would never tell you.
Yeah, I was say like
he doesn't want to get beat.
You're infringing upon this poor boy's rights.
Actually, this is funny. So I think I told you yesterday that like he had a doctor's appointment, and this was the first time I've taken him to the doctor in an embarrassing long amount of time. I didn't realize, but he hasn't really been sick or anything. Mm-hmm. Anyway, we took him, and or I took him, and they give us paperwork to fill out because he's at a certain age, and it asks all these questions that really are silly questions because he's homeschooled, and all the answer to most of it was no. Like, because where's he gonna, like one of it was like, "Are you sexually active? Like, where you go? Where's he going?" But I'm very big on like like I want him to have privacy. He's a teenager now. And so while we were in the room, like the doctors came in and they were like asking questions, and they asked him if he feels safe in his home while I was sitting there. And I thought, that's such a weird thing. Like,
why would you ask while I'm sitting here? Like, he's going to say, yes, he hit me.
Here? Right. Like, who? Like, what? I mean, maybe there's some kids out. Listen, ain't no black kid gonna.
Shit.
Black kids are not going to be like, yeah, I get it. Like, black kids are going to be like, no, I mean, but it was just so funny to me. And I even said, I was like, I can leave.
Right. Like,
you want to ask him
I've been abused, fun fact. And it's like, why the hell would I say that in front of the person who might be hurting me?
When I can go home and get my ass beat some more for telling.
You're fucking full Wile E. Coyote, like holding up a sign saying,
like, help me. Like, it was so wild to me. Like, I sat there and I was just like, why are they asking him this in front of me? Like, why would, and it made me feel uncomfortable.
On his eyelids, like, help me.
So I like looked at him and I was like, you can answer honestly. And I made a joke about it. I was like, you better say that. And they kind of laughed. They don't know I probably could have beat him. Like,
shit. So weird. That's bad. That's also a HIPAA violation.
Right. Like, it was so strange that they asked him that in front of me. Now, there were a couple of things that, like, there was a couple times when they asked me they're like, yeah, you can go ahead and step out. But then I got uncomfortable when I stepped out because I had a flashback to this podcast I listened to. And it was like, in this episode is about these girls the series was about these gymnast girls whose, coach, like rehabilitation coach, was like molesting them or whatever. And so like when they asked me to leave the room, I was like, if I hear anything that sounds off, I'm busting in because Joe ain't gonna like, which was, I don't know. Like, I'm like, of all the times you asked me to step out, you asked me to step out when you need to like check it. I don't know. It was so weird. I'm like, you're gonna keep me in here to ask to ask my kid if I'm beating him. Of course he's not gonna say anything. But then you make me leave other times, and then I heard him whispering to his dad. He was like, like, and telling him what they did, and I was like, oh, I'm glad I left the room for that. But like, I don't know, it's just so weird having a teenager and like he can't drive himself to the doctor. He's not old enough to drive, and I think legally he has to have a parent with him anyway because he's under
18.
Yep.
So
I was just like, this is awkward. Like, why can't y'all ask him? Like, ask him when I'm not sitting here, because I don't know. I can't imagine being asked that, because my brother isn't like, listen, I don't talk about my childhood for a reason.
I do.
Like, I don't like, because
kind of trauma now.
Well, but here's the thing is that the people who did the things, they're still like, they could see it. You know what I mean? Like, they can still.
My aunts watch my YouTube channel. They know I talked about that.
Okay, that's true. I mean, yeah.
Like, I said this to their face. Like, what are you gonna do? Hit me again? Like,
right? I'm just like,
like just full. Like, I said that like at Thanksgiving one year. Everyone got real quiet. It's like square up. Like, let's go.
Like I'm grown now.
I'm grown now. Shit. Jesse's hands. Like, let's go.
No.
This is why, like, it's. I tweeted about this. Like, this is why it's so funny that like I let you labor under the delusion that you were the uke for the longest time. But like now it's just like I turn my trauma into pure rage at this stage. And it's like, what are you gonna do? What you gonna do, ho? Like, I mean, like, have you ever seen like an owl who's mad? It's like all big and there's like, yeah. Like,
I don't listen. Owls are scary.
They're great.
I don't like them. And there was a thing on Twitter that was going around with an owl where you could see its owls' legs.
They're so long.
Are terrible. I didn't know. I thought they just had little short.
No, they use their legs to catch their prey.
Like, I thought they were like
a Eurasian eagle owl has 800 pounds of grip strength in their talons.
I hate it. I hate to see it. I hate to see it.
100 pounds of grip strength in their talons.
That's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, they're very leggy, and they also have they have asymmetrical ears. So like one ear is here and one ear is higher than the other.
That's weird too. That's talk about abominations.
I love
owls.
my children. They're great. I love them.
I don't like it. And the fact their legs are so thick too, compared to like what I'm just like, why do they look like that?
They catch food with their legs. What do you think they're doing? How do you think they're eating? You think they're using their wings with like little claws, like bats, like they're like hooking in
their beaks or whatever?
No, they use their legs. They're like raptors. Like they're like all the other. They use their legs. They use their talons.
The only raptors I like are velociraptors, which is very interesting. That I'm like upset. I have like it's not like I just really like dinosaurs.
I loved dinosaurs as a kid, but my dad said I could never go into paleontology because no black person should get paid for digging in the dirt. Like, my dad was like angry about it. He's like, our people have come too far. It's like, okay.
I mean,
like, not like, right, like not wrong. In hindsight.
I mean, but when speaking of movies, I will say Jurassic Park is definitely one of my all-time favorite movies.
Also, you have bad taste.
Like, yes, and it's fine, and I am so fine with it. I love that movie so much. I think the reason I love that movie, not even I think, I know the reason I love that movie is 100% because of the dinosaurs. Like 100%, because for
so accurate
for the time. Though,
for the
like,
time.
as far as like for the time, because like what we from what science knew about dinosaurs back then, like it's accurate.
Yeah, accurate.
And the just the effects, the special effect, like
Oh yeah.
so like for that to so amazing. Like to this day, even when I watch it, I'm still impressed.
No, it's
I'm
good. It's
still
good.
impressed.
It's good.
Like no, the story, like the actual Matt listened to the books. I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Michael Crichton is a fascinating writer because he's written so many things that are like foundational to the American story that you wouldn't necessarily attach to him.
Interesting.
Yeah, like he wrote the original Westworld.
Interesting.
Yeah, he also wrote ER. He wrote the novel that inspired the show ER.
I didn't know that. I used to love ER.
I have one more episode of the series.
Oh wow, I never
all 15 seasons are on Hulu.
Oh gosh,
I have one more 15.
That makes sense. Old.
I have one more episode of the entire series of ER.
George Clooney isn't on it anymore, is he?
No, he's been gone for a minute.
Okay, that was the last time I watched ER.
No, I have some news for you. He's been gone for a while. I was thinking about that because I was watching the older seasons. Like, wow, to be in the 90s and have like George Clooney on TV,
so fine back. Like he was so fine.
But like because like these guys are like some of them are like serious actors now. It's like to think that you have George Clooney on television.
Because that's like, but when I think of George Clooney, that's what I think of is ER.
I think of Bad Batman and then ER. I think of that one time he was Batman and he was very bad at it.
I don't remember the Batman that sticks in my mind is I would say probably the Michael Keaton Batman is the one that really.
That's not a bad one.
Yeah. I think I saw the one with Val Kilmer, and I don't think I liked it. I don't know if I liked. I don't remember. It's been so many years.
Val Kilmer's my favorite because I'm old and have bad taste.
I have to rewatch it because it's been.
Now that I'm looking at the time and everything, I think we've actually talked about BL the most in this episode somehow.
Yeah.
Because we actually got questions. I'm not trying to rush you off. Like I was thinking about it because whenever we do these, I'm always very aware that for a BL podcast, we do not talk about BL.
Well, to be fair, I think that I would really, and I'll propose this to you and to the viewers that we have left. I don't know who's still here, but I would really like to start doing more like, at least maybe it doesn't have to be for the podcast. So it could be for the podcast or for the live, either one or both. But to read to pick series to read together, and talk about them.
More assignments?
Yes, more assignments.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But no, like, I was just thinking because I have anxiety, so I go over every decision I've ever made with a grading level of detail. So like I always go over these things.
Sorry, go ahead.
I always go over these things. I'm like, wow, I really hope that like people are not bored of us, because we sure do not talk about what we say we're going to talk about. Facts of Life. Right. I've never seen that.
I know of it, but I
should Google that.
Yeah, I know of it. But I don't think I've ever seen an episode that I remember. I don't think so.
Also, has George Clooney just stopped aging? Like, was he born old? Is he one of those men that was like born old?
I mean, I think that he has aged. Like when I think about George Clooney, when I think of George Clooney, he definitely looked younger than he does now. I think
Googling George Clooney.
I think a lot of people have aged more than we think because we are also aging.
He looks about the same to me.
What? I disagree. I think he looks his age.
I mean, he does look aged, but not like decrepit. He's not like Tim Curry, who like looks like he could fall apart.
But how old is Tim Curry now, though?
He also recently had a stroke, so like that was mean. But like Tim Curry does look like if the wind blew too hard, like he would no longer be here.
He's also like he's 74. He should. I mean,
Is that old? Being Black means that I don't know what old is anymore. Because, you know, we all have that one grandma who's like 110 and like survived the Civil War. Like, being Black means that I have no concept of what being old is. Because either your family dies super young, like my dad, or you have like that one grandma who like doesn't have a birth certificate, but like talks about like the Civil War like it was yesterday. Where am I wrong? That's why you're laughing, because I'm right.
No. I mean,
exactly.
But 74, I think when you hit 74, when I say deserve, like you're allowed to just be, you're allowed to age. Like you're allowed to show your age. I do feel like I find it so interesting. This is something, as I've gotten older, this is something that I've thought a lot about. Because there was a time when I would not have ever admitted this to myself, but like I did go through a point where, although I never said it, I was low key like self-conscious about showing my age. And it's something that I never really I didn't admit to myself. Like I told myself, oh, I don't care, blah, 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 blah. But then I realized one day I was like, girl, you are self-conscious about it. I'm not now. Now I really genuinely don't care. Like I'm getting older. It's what happens. It also, I mean, let's be real though. I've also looked the same since I was one of those people that like low key was born old, and I've just like grown into, I've grown into my looks. People are always like, well, you haven't aged. And I'm like, no, I was born old looking, and now my age has caught up with how my face looks. So I was born with a 34-year-old face, but I used to have a complex about it that I didn't know I had one. And I was like obsessed with like trying to stay looking youthful. And now I'm just like, why? Because I don't know. It is what it is. But getting older is a blessing. I use the term blessing lightly because I'm not religious, but it's a privilege.
It is, yes. It's a privilege. My goal is to outlive my father, and then anything after that, I get to die in a blaze of hedonistic glory. But my goal is to outlive my father.
I mean, that is a good goal, because I think mine is. For me, it depends. Like if I can stay relatively healthy, as long as I'm relatively healthy, I'm fine with just getting up there in age. But otherwise, I'm like, listen, y'all gonna have to take me out. I'm gonna have a will written that says, like, if this and this and this happens, y'all better take me out.
That's called a living will or an advance directive. I wrote my first will when I was 12.
Oh, you were prepared. Okay, 12.
So my dad died suddenly, and my mom realized that my dad didn't have a will or anything. So I think for a while my mom may have considered like killing me and her at the same time.
Oh,
because she bought all of our plots at the same time. Like she bought like my plot and her plot and my dad's all at the same time. And then like at my dad's funeral, she walked us over to this little patch of ground and said, "This is where we'll go when we die." And I'm 12, mind you. So
trauma.
Sure. It's funny now. Sure. It's hilarious now. So she had me write a proto will when I was 12, just so, like my wishes were outlined. So now it's a running document that I update once every 6 months. Sometimes I have to change out the beneficiaries. But it's outlined all of the things that will happen to my body.
Right.
Like my heart is going to Bavaria. Like that's happening. I am to be buried with a chrysanthemum, a coin, and a heart scarab. I am to be buried in costume. the type of casket that I want is all set aside in it. What happens to me if I'm comatose and cannot make decisions, like all of that is outlined in my will and in my advance directive.
But it's good stuff to have. It's stuff that like people don't think about until it's like it's too late. And
I also worked in the funeral industry for 4 years, so
yeah, I remember you saying that. So it's not as, you don't view it as morbid as people.
No, it's honestly like, because my mom died without a will. For all the fussing she did about me having one, she died without a will. It's just horribly fucking inconvenient. It's just very inconvenient,
right?
Because you don't know what anyone wants, and it's like you just sit here like, I hope I'm making the right decision, or my mom's gonna be in heaven mad at me,
right?
Like, it's just, it's purely pragmatic. It's just fucking inconvenient.
Yeah. No, I totally
drop dead, and like, you know, your grieving husband is just like, what do I do with this?
What do I do?
Like, your grieving husband and children just
right. I need to put it in writing because I've already told. I need to put it in writing because I don't trust Matt to actually do what I want.
That's why you gotta put it in writing.
Because he's already threatened. Because he has this whole thing where he said, he's like, when I die, I want a mausoleum, and I want, to be in. He's like, I want it to be like this whole space where you can go in and play video games. No. Well,
he needs to purchase it. Space is limited.
The thing is like, I don't even want. Listen, I'll do whatever. If he puts it in writing, that's the thing too, because I won't do it. Because I find it. I'm very much like, I want to be cremated, and he's not super.
You put your urn in the mausoleum.
I don't want to be in the mausoleum.
Where do you want to be?
Out. I just want to be scattered. I don't even want to be in an urn. I don't want to be in nobody's urn. Just like,
want to be out in the ether.
Just I don't know, make a garden and like fertilize it with
there are products that we can have you turned into a tree.
That I would love. I'd love to be a tree.
I know a company. I know a rep for that.
Yeah, that's what I would like. Just something like that. Something
about the opposite of boys' love, which is death. If y'all have any last minute questions for us,
we could go on. Honestly, at this point, it's just us catching up because we haven't talked. Like, well, we texted, but we haven't we haven't had a conversation.
So I actually had that with my aunts because everyone is buried back home in the same cemetery. And right now I'm not sure where I want to be because like I'm still in that weird stage of like San Antonio doesn't feel like home. But it would also be a huge pain in the ass to transfer me.
You know what? That's something too, because so Matt's family, they have all their plots and stuff.
Right.
Here's the thing, and this is the thing about being married and having to think about stuff like this. I don't think I necessarily want to be buried with his family. You know what I mean? Like, what if I want to be buried with
your
my
kid?
Family?
Right.
So that's like a thing. That's why I don't want to be buried. That's why because I don't want my body to be next to people who, first of all, real talk, if they had been alive before, when they, before, or if they had been alive to meet me, they wouldn't like my black ass anyway. Let's be real. Some of them. So why would I want to be buried next to them?
Right. You know what I'm saying? But that's a fight that my aunt and I had because I was like, yeah, I'm not really sure. And she just like lovingly said, oh, you'll come here. It's like, what? She's like, oh no, you'll be here. It's like, because I can just imagine her like throwing me in the back of a U-Haul and just like just desecrating my wishes and my body and dragging me back home to Arlington. Because she would do that. Like if I died like tomorrow, that is 100% what my aunt would do. She would throw me into the back of a fucking U-Haul and just Dukes a Hazard it back home. Like she would completely ignore where I want to be there.
Oh yeah, but dang! Now that we're having this conversation, it makes me. I'm like thinking about a lot of things because I don't want to be buried amongst people that I like a lot of his family, but some of them I'm just like I don't want to be.
Yeah, and that's fair. Like. For me, like I'm double screwed because my parents are in two separate cemeteries. Dad is in one and mom is in another. They aren't buried together. So do I want to go with dad and his family or do I want to go with mom and her family?
Yeah. See,
Where
that's
do
why
I go?
cremate me and
I'm
make a
Catholic. I'm not
garden.
supposed to be cremated.
Oh, see, that's the benefit of being a heathen.
But I did donate my mom's organs, and I wasn't supposed to do that.
uh,
And I actually got into a fight with a priest over that.
that's why you got them demons in your house now.
Because I fight with priests. No, I fought with a priest over that because I buried my mom in June, and that following semester I took contemporary Catholic moral issues, and I donated my mom's organs when she died. Upon her death, I donated as much of her as we could, and I had the oldest priest there. I swear he was at the crucifixion. This was the oldest man that I've ever known, and he just had the most outdated views, and he was just like wrong. Like I get it, like from a theology standpoint, but like just like using outdated information. He's like, if you take birth control, you're taking an abortifacient. Like no modern birth control has an abortifacient. It just delays ovulation. So like,
right,
you're just wrong. Like you're not using a moral ground. You're just wrong.
right.
Like, my birth control is not like Galaga pew pew at a fetus. Like that's not what's happening.
This is absolutely not.
That's not what's going on. Like that's not what's happening whenever I take my birth control.
I literally I pictured like ovaries floating.
That's what he imagines. Like it's an abortifacient. Like no, it isn't. What do you think it's happening? That like it uteruses the fetuses? Like what do you think is going on? That's not what's happening.
What is this conversation? Oh my gosh. People are like, how did we get here?
He mentioned like desecration of the body, because like cremation to old Catholics is desecration, because you have to maintain the sanctity of the corpus. You have to maintain the sanctity of the body.
Right.
He mentioned organ donation.
And
he's like, if you disturb the sanctity of the corpus, you've damned that person to an eternity in hell. And I put my hand down and I said, you look me in the goddamn eye and say that I desecrated my mother's corpus and that I have damned her to an eternity in hell because I gave sight to someone on the day she died. I said, I want you to look at me and I want you to say that. He's like, well, there's circumstances. Like, that's what I fucking thought. Like, I want you to say it to me because I did that. I donated my mom's organs. I donated her tissues. To this day, they're still being used.
Right.
Tell me I did something wrong. Look at me. Don't just say this shit. Look me in the goddamn eye and tell me I did something wrong. Because this was the fall semester after she died. It had been literally months. I was full of bile and anger. I was like, fucking fight me.
Yeah.
So actually I stood up to that professor a bunch. I actually had a girl stop me after class and she's like, thank you for standing up to him, because like he was on this tirade about birth control and was making a lot of the girls uncomfortable, and I said, you are literally wrong.
Right.
Like, thank you for doing
Which
that.
is really bold to stand up in the
I mean, he was just I mean, I was in a Catholic university, the oldest Catholic college in the South, talking to a priest who I swear was probably one of the Pharisees condemning Jesus to death. Like, and I told him he was wrong multiple times.
He's not. I'm just like picturing like these crypt keeper looking
oldest man. Oh my God, he was the oldest, like bony fingered man. Oh,
I mean, you know what? As someone though, who, because like, here's the thing. With my body type, that's probably what I'm going to look like when I'm old, looking like Skeletor, and so I'm triggered right now.
It's also not my first time that I've corrected a priest, though. I did that during mass once.
Ooh, see,
he was wrong about a demon.
This again. This is why you. This is
why I have demons
in your house. See, I'm over here like a heathen, and I'm still like, but you know what though? Like there are some things.
I'm an actual fucking witch. I'm an actual. I have Colin Duplancy's Dictionary of the Infernal. Like I am an actual goddamn witch.
I have one of my friends there. I think his mom is Wiccan, maybe, and I've always found it interesting. But here's the thing: just real talk. Religion, like any kind of religion, is exhausting for me. Like I just it
you
goes
can't
back
watch
to
a
me
movie.
being
I can't
lazy.
expect you to like. I
Right.
can't get you to watch a movie. I can't expect you.
I can't do. I'm just like, no. I'm not.
Like, if I
I'm just
can't get
not.
you to watch Avengers Endgame, I can't expect you to.
Right. I mean, I even saw. Oh, listen, I saw Endgame. We went to the drive-in when it came out, and I'm pretty sure I fell asleep a couple times. I'm not even kidding. And I woke, and what happens is like, because I always fall asleep, and then I always wake up and pretend like I wasn't asleep, and then Matt will be like, "Okay, but what happened?" And then I'd be like, "Oh,
You know
well,
what? I have a friend like that. He doesn't watch this channel, so I can drag him a little bit. But like, he would do that, and it'd be like, "Yeah, I fell asleep," and like, especially like for me, like the Avengers, like that's kind of like holy text to me. So I was like,
mm,
"Yeah, I fell asleep." I was like, "You, how dare you come into my house and you
no."
disrespect? Like, you come into my house and you shame my altar. Like,
I mean, and to be fair, it's not even necessarily that it's like
no,
I feel
I
like
understand now,
yeah,
but like,
like it's not boring.
like
It's
the
just
first time he said it, like I was full about to square up. Like, the fuck you say about my children? Like we were about to go ham.
like I found there are some things that like oh this is so Matt likes he buys he usually for Christmas he'll get me a Studio Ghibli movie because I do like the like there I do like those, but even then I will I you have to get me at the right time to be able to sit through a
The only
movie.
time I've ever
'Cause,
fallen asleep during a movie, it's a movie I've seen a million times, and I was very drunk. But like,
see,
I've never fallen asleep during a movie sober, ever.
really? Oh my gosh, all the time.
Never.
We went to watch Frozen when it came out. I fell asleep. But to be fair, I know a lot of people really like Frozen, but
Pedestrian.
it's just kind of. But like, I have a hard time. I have a hard time sitting, and especially in a movie theater. It's like it's dark.
That's what my
It
friend
kind of
said. It's like, how do
cozy.
you?
I'm like, it's sleeping
That's what my
time.
friend said. I was so confused. Okay, so I reread parts of Twittering Birds Never Fly because I had to hammer in the point that you're wrong. I'm
Oh
still
wait,
not.
is that? Hold on. Did I miss something? Was it on
No,
here?
I was just rereading it because I was
Oh,
like,
you were. Oh, you're talking to me. I thought you were reading a
no,
comment.
like I was going back over it because I had to hammer in the point that you're wrong. I'm still not sure why you're not seeing romance in it. I guess they aren't grand gestures, but like one, it's clearly not one sided, and two, like they clearly have a lot of stuff going on. Like you don't like there's a lot happening here.
When I say that I don't see romance, I should say I don't like they aren't the sort of cup. How do I? They it's because it's not the type of story that gives you like the butterflies in your stomach, kind of like oh, it's not
You
that.
want a good thing. Okay. Yeah. So no, it's not
It's
romantic at
not
all.
that. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So I'm
And
like, how
that's me not being fair to like
yeah.
like because I went into it thinking that it was that yeah it's yakuza but it's gonna
No.
but when I read it I was like this is not what I could but to be fair like no like people have said like oh it's what I've heard about it from everyone has been um I love it so much. It's really good. It's a little like that people have said that it is messy, but like no one has ever like no one sat down and said, "Okay, hey, this is." I don't want details, but it's like no one really said to me like, um, "Yes, it is focused. Yes, it is about a relationship, but it is. But don't go into it expecting it to be the type of because even the messy romances that I've read, like, Happy Mania is an example of a really messy like." I love it. But anyway, it's really messy, but there are still moments of
Levity.
yes,
So then
yes.
that might be a difference in explaining what messy is because
Mhm.
so there are messy elements of Twittering Birds Never Fly with all the infidelity and sleeping with people that you don't know the names of. But yeah, like it's what I'm hearing is probably that it was just not understanding the source text. And I think a lot of that comes down to also like not ever wanting to give stuff away. So Yaoi's always had a tone problem. Most Yaoi has a serious tone problem that either they play things way too light or way too heavy. Twittering Birds Never Fly, if you are not used to storytelling like that, or you don't have a fuck ton of trauma like I have, then yeah, like it's probably playing it way too heavy. You probably could have a lighthearted version of this. It's called Fourth Generation Head and it's boring as shit.
Well, and actually, you know what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of the same hijinks, but framed as humor rather than framed as drama, which is why I didn't like it.
Right. Yeah.
Because
for me, yeah. Because for me, with Fourth Generation Head, the only thing I didn't like was the bad guy who I mean he was a complete dick, but it was like I didn't like how he was handled because it was kind of like, oh well, he literally raped this, he raped me, but like I forgive him. Like that was annoying. But otherwise I did like that story. And it's still, oh my gosh, there's like stuff. Oh, there's stuff flying around. Anyway, but yeah, so that actually puts things into perspective for me. Because I feel like Twittering Birds, it doesn't. I do like drama, but I tend to like a specific type of drama,
and that's totally fine.
Like
because in the reverse, I'm the same way. So like for me, one of the reasons why I couldn't get into Fourth Generation Head is because again, it's trying to frame this bad thing as not bad. And if you're gonna have that level of drama, because realistically, there's a lot of drama in Fourth Generation Head that like we're just not talking about.
Yeah, like,
oh, we're gonna ignore that. Okay, cool. Like I don't like that. I fundamentally don't like that. I think that's weak storytelling because to me, if you can say that and it not mean anything, then you shouldn't have said it.
Right.
It should mean something. Yashido carries his trauma on every single page you see him on. Every page you see with Yashido, you see his trauma. Every page you see Domeki on, you see his trauma. Like that was something that turned me off so much about Fourth Generation Head was like, yeah, this horrible invalid thing happened to me. Fuck it.
Yeah, and I will admit, like that was something I was like, I don't like. I think I would have liked, or I know I would have liked Fourth Generation Head even more had that been not had the, because I feel like the trauma was added as in a kind of like a not so great attempt at giving the characters depth.
I agree. I completely agree. Like it felt like someone
without it.
Yeah, like, it felt like someone had made like French fries and they were under salted, so they just sprinkled on Mrs. Dash, but like with rape. Like we'll sprinkle on some rape for flavor.
Yes. And it was like to try to make it, not. I don't. Sometimes like. I don't know. I know fluff tends to get a lot of flack, but I'm someone like I would rather a story embrace the fluff. Like you don't need to throw in random trauma that you're not going to address, that your characters aren't going to really work through to make it interesting. Does that make sense?
If the dichotomy is that, then yes, please give me fluff. But if the dichotomy is good storytelling versus bad storytelling, then please give me good storytelling.
Right.
But like, if the dichotomy is we're not going to handle this well or fluff, give me fluff. Like there's room for fluff.
Right. And that's
that's fair. That's completely fine. I guess in that instance, it may have been just like a miscommunication of expectations for that. Because for me, Twittering Birds Never Fly, I think, is the best kind of series again because like it's something that I'm still talking about. It's something that I read years ago, and it became this like beautiful love language between like me and my friends of like what's going to happen next, and like for me at least, like finding a very, very deep connection with Yashiro, read into that what you may. Right. Like finding a shockingly deep connection with this horrible, horrible man.
Well, and I think, like I said, I think now that, like, after reading the first one and then talking to you and realizing, like, okay, I went into it looking for this sort of drama, but it's this instead. Now I can go back, which I still haven't reread it, but I am going to reread it because I do want to continue on with it. So, like, I can go back, reread that, knowing what to expect. And I personally, like, I just feel like, I don't know, I know I read the back of the book, and to me, like, when I read the back of, like, that description, the description felt a lot more lighthearted than the actual story is. And I say I'm using lighthearted loosely because that's not quite the right word.
But everything about the framing of this novel clearly isn't.
Right. Like, when you read it, so it threw me off because I was like, wait a minute. Okay,
yeah, like everything about the framing of this, everything about the framing from the cover to the insert images, like everything about it is framed as such drama.
Yeah, but
it's very dramatic.
Right. But then but drama and, okay, like, when I think, so, like, I think everyone knows, like, I love the Rose of Versailles.
No.
That is a very dramatic series, but it's melodramatic. It's very over the top.
There we go. That's the difference.
Yes, like, it's very like
that 80s 90s sojo. Yes. There we go. So you want melodrama, not drama. Okay.
Yes.
Which, again,
not that I don't like but I just have to be prepared for it, if that makes sense. Like, if I went into Twittering Birds knowing that it's not like this, like, Yakuza melodrama, whatever, and went into it, like, thinking of it more so of, like, I guess I can't think, for lack of a better word, like, serious drama. That's not the best word.
It is. Like, I don't like how elitist that sounds, but it is.
Right, yeah, because I don't want to say that Rose of Versailles is not, like, I can't think of words, but it's just, it's a different tone. Like, Rose of Versailles is very, again, like, it's very over the top and, just big and ridiculous, and there are serious moments, but even the serious moments are, like,
undercut for
fun, kind of fun. Like, it's a fun feeling. I get, like, there's whereas Twittering Birds is not fun, and that's not to say a bad thing. Like, it's not.
But again, I think it's where are you looking for fun? Because, like, I think Yashiro is hilarious for bad reasons.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's very dark. It's a very dark humor that I wasn't expecting, and now that I know what to expect, I'm like, oh, okay, I can see this. I could actually read it and enjoy it now. But it's kind of like when you're craving, when you see a pie on the table, right? And you think that it's sweet potato pie, but you bite into it and it's pumpkin.
Those are still good, though.
They're both good. But if you're expecting sweet potato pie,
that's fair.
That's fair. Pumpkin,
that's fair.
Twittering Birds, I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just it wasn't what I was expecting. But now that I know, I can get back into it and be like, okay.
See, and I love that so much. I love when things curve me. Like, Jano Subete curved me absolutely. I love that shit. Devilman Crybaby curved me. Now, it takes a lot out of me, but I love Sadazama fucking curved me. Like, I love that shit. Again, like, if an anime ever flows through me, I tend to not like it. I don't like storytelling like that anymore. I have a finite life and a finite attention economy. I want to remember. And even because, like, there's a lot of fluffy things that I like a lot, but I've been able to attach a lot of meaning to it, like Hetalia. Access Powers Hetalia is not as fluffy as it gets, but it has such a strong fandom and such a strong fan canon that it doesn't matter that, like, the bones of it are fluffy. There's a lot of interconnective tissue there.
Right.
So,
excuse me. I have a big appreciation for since we're talking about those two things, I have an appreciation for both. I have moments where I'm in the mood for something, more lighthearted. I don't have to think. I just read and, I laugh or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But then there are times when I do feel like reading something that does, kind of make you think a little bit more, or things that, like you said, that you remember. But yeah, I mean, when I look at my collection, I do have a, I
You
would
basic,
say
okay.
a fairly wide range um of things, of types of series and things. But I will say that really, when it comes down to it, my favorite is hentai. So, but yeah, no, I get like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, like I mean, there's definitely room for fluffy stuff. It's never really been anything that really stuck
That
with
you
me.
yeah.
I definitely don't gravitate towards it. Or if I
Mhm.
do, what I like is like fluff that like underneath it is so like gravitation, I think is a great example of that. Like gravitation
Mhm.
is very, very fluffy. And then you
Mhm.
learn about like Yuki's past, and it's like, oh, this
Mhm.
is awful. Thanks. Or antique
Right.
bakery, I think, is also a great example of that. Of like, you think it's like, hey, we're just gonna be gay and make some cakes, and it's like, oh,
Right.
that horrible thing happened, and we're
Mhm.
not gonna talk about it. Like,
Mhm.
I do like the hidden angst kind of series,
Mhm.
just because
Yeah.
I think those are interesting. But yeah, like I tend not to really fluff doesn't usually do it for me, and it really
Mhm.
never has. Like that's been consistent for me. Like that's one of the reasons I tend to prefer shonen over sojo. Um,
Mhm.
is that like the fluff has just really never done it for me.
Mm.
Um, because I'm a horrible, cynical little goblin.
I mean, yeah. I'm trying to think of I can't think of the only, and I don't even know if this counts as a shonen title. Um but Dead Man Wonderland is probably the only like
You have
shown.
you have bad taste.
I loved Dead Man
You have
Wonderland.
bad taste.
What?
You have bad taste.
I really enjoyed it. I read it through once,
Mhm.
and I haven't reread it, and I don't think that I will,
Mhm.
since I do think that it relies very much on like a certain element that, like, once you find out, it's like, okay, can't read this again. But no, I enjoyed it, but I don't feel like super strongly about it.
That's
I
fair.
I will say that there are, if I'm being completely honest, like, yeah, I can't think of, well, Blood Plus that counts as a shonen, I think, because I'm trying to think of who the target audience is, and I think it's young boys.
On
So
a
I guess,
very slim technicality.
yeah,
I'll let you have it.
like, I mean, I guess it could be considered seinen, but um, yeah, I if I'm going to read um non-romance series, I tend to prefer series that are written for an older audience.
Sure.
Um, I'm not really a fan. So, like, that's why you're not going to hear me talk about like My Hero Academia
Well, and
or
I
anything
always
like that.
caveat that by like, yeah, like modern shonen does nothing for me. Do not ask me about My Hero Academia because you're going to hear me be very, very mean for several minutes because
Mhm.
I know enough about it to be dangerous.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, and I don't want to be like me, because like, if people like it, they like it. But I just, for me, it's just not
Good.
like, it's not aimed at me. Like, I feel like it's something that probably my kids would enjoy. And that's not to say that adults can't enjoy things that kids enjoy. Like, I'm not saying that at all. But
But
just,
say you're getting into that whole fandom problematic thing.
right. But for me
Did you
personally,
see that explode over the weekend?
what? No. Was it on Twitter?
Of course it was.
See, I don't be on. What happened?
Oh, girl. So you know Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I was a huge fan of that show back in the day.
Sure. So
I'm just saying, like, one of my friends, she messaged me and was like, "Did you know it's on Netflix?" She's like, "I know that, like, back in the day, you and Matt were the ones who got me, into it, because Matt and I used to watch it, like, religiously. But I haven't watched it in years, and I have not rewatched it.
You know the voice of Zuko?
Yes.
So he's a really, really big shipper of Katara and Zuko. Like, he wants...
Isn't everyone?
Girl, I don't fucking know. I think that show is just fine.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's bad. I think it's vastly overhyped.
I think nostalgia is a big...
Yeah. Like, I think it's perfectly serviceable. Shit, I'll say it's good. But, like, 97% of the people that talk about it make it sound like it's the second coming of Jesus's butthole. And it's like, sure.
Well, it's like... And to be fair, I feel like, and maybe there's something wrong with me, because there are very few there are very few series that I'm sitting here like, oh my God, it's the greatest thing. I don't know if it's just, I
think that's the approach that more people should have. Because, like, that's how I am. Like, I come off as super hot and cold on stuff. And it's like, no, just nothing is perfect.
Yeah. Like, nothing is perfect. Like, nothing, like, there are things that I really enjoy. And if someone is like, hey, what are your favorite, like, I'll say, well, I really enjoy it. But I'm not so invested in it that, like, I would be on Twitter having fights.
Or I know where to put that investment. Because, like, if you really wanted to see me go ham, I think you probably know the right combination of words to see me go ham. So, like...
Oh, Devilman Crybaby?
That's one of them. But, like, so I think for me, it's more of like, you know where to place that investment. So I can get that hype. I definitely can. But, like, I'm not just going to do that on Twitter for no good reason. Anyways, so that voice actor really, really likes Katara and Zuko. And, like, I think, like, on Instagram, he was wearing a shirt that was like, yeah, like, this ship forever. And, like, the whole, like, new Avatar fandom is like, we have to cancel him. He's problematic. I can't believe that he wants to see these literal minors have sex. Too bad he's a pedophile. And it's like, you kids need to sit the fuck down. You're missing the goddamn point. You kids need to sit the fuck down. And there was, like, this whole list. I don't know if you saw me read it yesterday.
So exhausting. No, I didn't even see that.
And it was like, if you like any of these series or any of these fandoms, you're problematic. And it's like, cool, I'm problematic.
Like, if you like them as an adult?
Yeah. Or they have a problematic element to them. And it's like a 4-page list. And it's like, you kids.
First of all, especially especially in terms of Airbender, or anyway, and what am I saying? Airbender, Avatar. The people that are, like, the adults that are fans of it now, we were fans of it when it first came out.
Yeah, we were fans of it when we were the same age as these characters. And
I think I was a little bit older, but still, that's beside the point. The point is that we grew up, like, the series is old. It's been out for a while.
Right.
Like, I don't understand. Do people expect, like, do these young people think that, like, once you hit a certain age, you just stop liking?
Yes, I think they really expect that. I think they honestly expect you to age out of fandom a little bit and go off into that sweet night.
Okay, because that's not how
it's a really ageist argument, because, like, especially like with the My Hero Academia, like, pedophile conversation, a lot of it's yelling at older female fans, and it's like, it's older female fans that are letting you do this.
I'm so, like, I mean, okay, like, although I can acknowledge that as I've gotten older, there are some things that I'm not necessarily going, like, there's newer things that maybe won't appeal to me.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that it won't appeal to another adult, like, or that it can't appeal to any adult.
Also, like, it's goddamn fiction. Are we not at that point of the argument?
I'm just so confused. Like,
so here's some highlights on that, like, 4-page manifesto of problematic fandoms. Voltron, Steven Universe, Star versus the Forces of Evil.
Steven Universe?
I actually do. There's a couple problematic things that I have with Steven Universe, but I won't say those here.
I haven't actually watched the whole set. Like, Matt and the kids really love it.
Frozen, Tangled, My Hero Academia, Beastars. I can actually see that one a little bit. Kill la Kill, Zootopia.
I freaking love Zootopia.
That does have some messy race stuff. Harry Potter.
It does.
Sure.
But
Fruits Basket, Persona 5, Catherine, Cutie Honey, Attack on Titan, Star Wars. Jesus Christ.
okay, we all know that I love Fruits Basket. So
Sword Art Online. Anything by Seth MacFarlane. Okay.
well, I mean that.
Sure. Killing Stalking. Accurate. Hitalia. Hey, fuck you.
Okay. Killing Stalking, I did read a lot of that. It is but you already know I don't call things problematic.
I know you don't.
Just because I don't like. I mean, but I liked Killing Stalking or whatever.
Okay. Rude that they have Hitalia on that list, but not False Black Butler. Sure. Or on High School Host Club. Sure. RuPaul's Drag Race.
Okay. Over in High School Host Club.
It's fetishizing prostitution. Thank you.
I don't see a problem.
They're children. Oh.
Okay.
RuPaul's Drag Race, Cardcaptor Sakura, Sailor Moon.
Okay, Sailor Moon, I actually...
Carolyn Tuesday for being transphobic. Okay. Land of Lustrous.
What? How is that problematic?
Yeah, I can't help you.
Wait, how did they say that was problematic?
They don't. They just say it.
What? I watched that.
Chobits, FLCL, Yuri on Ice,
is
Silent Voice. Citrus, Panty and Stocking. Okay, sure.
But
Deadly Sins. Ozymandias, where? Amazing World of Gumball. Fucking where?
My kids love Amazing World of Gumball.
Show.
This is just this is ridiculous. This is absolutely this is ridiculous. Just say that you don't like the thing and go on and mind your business.
And that's not the whole list. I actually retweeted the whole list. It's on my personal Twitter, Aisha Yume. I'm problematic as shit. Like FLCL is on that list. It's like, what the fuck? Like, okay, look, if you're really gonna dig out, everything has a problematic element to it. It's called media.
Yeah, I kind of wish you hadn't told me about any of this because now I'm annoyed. Like that is so annoying. Like grown people can't. Like it's so frustrating being
an older fan.
Yeah, it's so. This is why you have people who act. I don't know, who are like, "What? You like this? It's like adults
but it's never come from within like this. That person has usually been from the outside. It's been like, your auntie who wants you to get a real job. That person has never come within our own home. And that's why I don't like it. Mm-hmm. We're in the same house.
Mm-hmm.
A house that I helped build.
Right.
And you're telling me to leave.
Right.
That I don't like.
I wonder, did previous generations also deal with it? Like, I wonder if...
No, I got paid to write Sasuke Itachi rape smut. Like, we didn't deal with this shit. Nothing was problematic to us. I got paid cash money at 16 to write, like, Taken Against Will fan fiction.
Right.
Nothing was problematic to us. It was, how far are you willing to sacrifice your morals? How far are you willing to go for the story? How much can you write? How hard can you write it? Can you make someone uncomfortable? Can you turn someone on? It was a challenge. It was an exciting venture. Again, naval goddamn combat. Mm-hmm. You point that cannon and you see how far it goes.
Right.
There was none of this shit.
But I feel like when you mentioned it being ageist, I really think that it's something to do with age. And I guess what I'm asking is like, let's say when we were younger, and I'll say more so like maybe you, because I know you were in the fandom stuff. I was in the trenches. So did y'all have an issue with older fans?
No.
Okay. Because I just find that so,
and maybe for the worse, because real talk, some of us probably were kind of like groomed and like weird stuff happened. Like, in hindsight, there was probably some sketchy stuff with some of that, like talking to older fans and like voice actors and stuff like that. In hindsight, you're right. I can see some opportunity for some fuckery. That didn't happen to me. That was not my experience. Fortunately, I'm unattractive, so no one went after me. I made a bad joke. But like, that we did not have that same age issue because
Right.
if anything, we relied on those older fans to show us the way. It was like
Right.
honestly, it was like a pack of dinosaurs. It's like we need you to teach us where all the good food spots are and stuff.
Right.
We need you older fans because you have the translations, you have the seed files, you have the raw data, like you have that. So
Yeah.
looking to those older fans, and also like we masked a lot of our age on the internet. Everyone was
Right.
17 for 30
That's
years.
true. Yeah, that's true.
Everyone was 17 for 50 years.
Right.
It's like we didn't talk about age. Like no one knew that I was 13 writing
Yeah.
smut. No one knew.
That's a good point though, to bring up, like the fact that on the internet now, I think there is more of a because people have to be more upfront with their ages. Well, they're supposed to be. People still lie. I know a lot of younger people still say that they're older so they can have certain apps, and a lot of older people say that they're younger. It still happens, but I do think that I do definitely notice more of an age divide online. Like it's very interesting. I'm always surprised when I find out that I have like supporters or viewers that are like around the same age as my like kid, you know what I mean, like are not too far from it. But that doesn't mean that we can't have the same interests or similar interests just because
the idea that like I think the idea that you're supposed to age out of it. So that's actually a really good comment, that it's sad to see like kids and young people online feeling shame for liking stuff. Like that's on the other flip side of it, is that there's also this huge concern about saying the wrong thing or liking the wrong thing. Like looking at that list, there's a lot of anime on there that I think is great. I think like FLCL is required watching if you're going to say you're an anime fan. And are there problematic elements to it? What?
I haven't watched it yet, even though you sent it to me. Because you sent it to me.
I sent you one I didn't like.
Now, see, you better never say anything to me about sending you the BL that I didn't like.
I sent you one anime that I didn't like, and in all honesty, that was because I also got multiple copies for reviews. Thank you, Adult Swim.
Wow, you're canceled. You're canceled.
If that's what cancels me, y'all are ignoring 20 years of smut. There's 20 years of smut on yonder shelf that y'all are ignoring. If that's what cancels me, you guys have ignored about 20 years of just a boring boys love.
But so
I should let you guys watch me write one night.
You should. You should.
I should let y'all watch me write one night.
Yes, you should. I agree with this.
But it is sad.
But yeah, it is sad. I think it's
frustrating.
Yeah, and I will say, as much as I appreciate like the online space, it is very frustrating to see so many people
be dicks.
Yeah. Yeah. Like in the space that I always kind of viewed as being a very open space, it's not at all.
Okay, so this is where I'll pull rank. It was never that open, but age usually wasn't the thing.
Okay.
We were always gatekeepery. We were always shitty. Age was not the thing. It was, are you gay? Are you a woman? Are you of color? Like, it was that shit. No one cared how old you were, because again, it's the internet. Everyone's 17 forever. But it was, oh, you're a woman, so you're only doing this for clout. Oh, you're black, so you're not really into it. Oh, you're gay, so you're definitely not really into it. You know? So there were definitely other things that people picked at, but it was almost never age.
Right.
And just the fact that younger fans, like, how do I say this without sounding egotistical? Like, don't see older fans as a resource the way that we did. Because, like, if anything, like, we saw older fans as a resource. They knew where to get shit. They knew they had the files, they had the translations, they had the knowledge. And, like, I don't necessarily want to be that anymore. Because, like, I was a senpai for, oh my God, like 5 years total. I have my flocks of kohais. I have people that come to me, you know, asking me for stuff. And I love that by a podcast. But, like, in a less structured role now. But, like, the idea that like that age and that experience isn't treasured anymore. that now it's supposed to age out into that good sweet night. And just the idea again that like it's like they don't understand that it's fiction. Because, and I think we mentioned this during the problematic episode, or at least I did. For me, like it's not about getting off, and like even if I do ingest smutty material of fictional characters that are not air quotes of age, it's not self-insert for me. It's not I want to do the sexing with this underage character. It's look at these boys have a good time.
Right.
So,
well, and
go on.
Even then, like I feel like you shouldn't have to qualify. You shouldn't have to like it doesn't
have to qualify it.
Like
we shouldn't have to be explaining to people
right
that oh my god. So I think my favorite in that was in the My Hero Academia space, because they're determined to self-destruct from the inside out, was that one of the voice actors was like, if you support this character, you're supporting an abuser. It's like, he's paper. He's fucking paper. Like, if you support this character, you're supporting an abuser. Right. It's like, not real. He's not real.
I get frustrated because now here's the thing. I think there are some things that I do absolutely, like we've talked about, things that I absolutely give a side eye to, and there are some mangaka, for example, who, if I found out that they had some creepy, if there's some allegations of some creepiness going on, I wouldn't be surprised. Because there's some people, it's like if you look at some point, whenever I think when an artist continuously they have a thing, they have a type, they have a thing that they like to depict, I might kind of be like looking at you like, I'll keep an eye on you, but like
I wasn't gonna say names. I wasn't gonna say the name.
Wait, I don't know who. Oh, that's the voice actor.
I wasn't gonna say names. I didn't want to get canceled, but it was like, it's like, if you support this character, you're supporting an abuser. Like, he's paper. He's fucking paper, homie. He ain't real. There are actual monsters in this world. You used to work with one at Funimation. Like, how dare you tell us that we're wrong for liking the Flaming Man?
I just find it. I don't know. I just find it strange.
We're never getting ad revenue. Second of all, I'm going to get us canceled.
I mean, but I don't even care. Like it's just.
Firstly, we're never getting ad revenue. Secondly,
I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
If you would like to sponsor this podcast, so we can...
right? But no, I mean, it's just really, it's so strange to me. Again, like I have my things that I don't like. We know the things that I don't like, but I don't automatically think that someone who does like that, or who doesn't, or who was unbothered by that, because I think most people, I don't think the things that I don't like, most people don't necessarily like them. They're just unbothered by them. Right. I would say, I think it's more accurate to say, it's not like a trigger for them. And or that's
there's not a trigger that stops them, because like I've been fully triggered and kept on.
Yeah, right. And that's fine. Like I don't understand. I don't know. Like again, there are sometimes like I might know someone and know things about a person, and then also see the media that they consume and put two and two together and be like, you know what?
Me and twittering birds never fly.
Yes. But you know what I mean though? Like there are, I don't really know any people in real life, but there are people that I've come across online who give off a certain vibe, who say things that I give the side eye, and then I see the things they like, and I'm like, okay, but I would not. But if I didn't know that person, but I knew that they liked this thing, then I wouldn't just automatically think, oh, they're this. I have to
wouldn't fucking call them out. Like you wouldn't be like, you're problematic because you're
unless I thought they were actually doing harm.
Right. Unless like you wouldn't be like, hey, you're 40 and you still like Madoka, you're a pedo and you're canceled. Like you wouldn't do that.
Yeah, like
unless you saw them doing something.
Yes, if I saw it and I knew, then sure. But like otherwise, I mean, I might look at you sideways and be like, you're never watching my kids, but but like,
your prerogative.
Which really, I'm picky about who I am.
Okay. Like, and that's your prerogative, but like, it's so weird to me because like, if anything, well, let's see, why make, that's the other part is like, why make lists to go harass people? Because like, I've seen a lot of like, adult smutty artists like get attacked and harassed for the stuff that they do. And it's like, first of all, you're a minor, you're not supposed to be interacting with their art. Secondly, if you don't like it, just bye.
Yeah.
Like, who is tying you to a chair and making you watch a Megaverse? Like, who's doing this to you? Right. Like, if you don't like it, bye.
That's basically what I try to say. It's like, if I don't like something, if I'm reading something and I don't like a trope in it or whatever, you know what I'm gonna do?
You're gonna keep on.
I'm probably gonna, or I might finish it just so that I can be like, but like, I'm not going to go on a rant and say anyone who likes this is trash and you're like, no, because I don't even know you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I don't know these people like that to say that they are trash because they like something that I don't like.
Like, there's a lot, like, I have an entire smut Twitter that I've told Aisha about. Like, there's a lot of art that I see on a daily basis. Like, I don't like that.
And you just go on.
I just go, because like, the artist that I like retweeted something or like something. It's like, oh, that's a pairing I don't like and actually have strong feelings about.
Right.
Keep scrolling.
Right.
Keep going. I'm not gonna like make a hate list and be like, I'm gonna dox this person.
Well, and the beauty of the internet is that, especially like, social media, you can curate it you can see what you want to see, or don't see, what you don't want. You know what I'm trying to say? And even with like manga, like you read what you like. No one is forcing you to read any of manga. I mean, read the manga that you want to read.
I think like I mentioned this earlier, like literally 3 fucking hours ago when we started this. Like the idea 3 goddamn hours ago we started this. Like the idea when I was younger, I had a lot of things thrown at me that like in hindsight was like a form of sexual harassment. There was a lot of hentai thrown at me. There was a lot of stuff that was thrown at me. Like everyone had like their H Bible and they had it at school and they would just show it around. There were a lot of things that I saw in hindsight that made me uncomfortable. There were a lot of series that I was told that I should read and I had no preamble for it. And it's like, oh, that's a whole thing. But like, no one's doing that anymore. Like that was like, it wasn't about like early yaoi fandom. I will say I'm glad aged out is we threw this shit at people because a lot of us did not see it as pornographic. So we would just throw this shit at anyone, not thinking about the implication of, oh, someone may not want to see that.
It's funny that you say that because it makes me think of like the 2 Girls 1 Cup days when like it was funny to like make random, because my dad to this day still reminds me of the time whenever Matt and I, it was the first time we had visited them in Colorado. So this was like well over a decade ago. And two Girls 1 Cup was like, that was a thing circulating, and it was excuse me, it was funny to make people watch it and see their reaction. I don't know why Matt and I, granted we were young, we were in our early 20s, we were young and I was like, Dad, excuse me, you got to watch this video. And we made my dad and stepmom watch 2 Girls 1 Cup. The reaction was hilarious. I will never forget it. My dad to this day, he's just like, my kids, y'all made me watch that 2 Girls 1 Cup. Like he's scarred. He's been scarred for life. But like,
I apologize.
In hindsight, I'm just like, you know what? That was not cool. Like I should not, like we should. That was not cool. But at the time,
send your dad an edible arrangement.
I mean, I don't think he can unsee it. It's not something that you can unsee.
I'm going to send him an edible arrangement. I'm going to be like, I am so sorry. Your daughter is hateful.
And but it's kind of that thing where when you were younger and it was probably it was a thing to like look at this and like kind of
in hindsight, yeah, that was hella problematic and bad, and like we don't do that anymore. But like
right.
literally no one is making you read this like Omegaverse fic. No one's making you do it.
Which, speaking of Omegaverse, okay, so I saw your tweet about it and I didn't know what Omegaverse was. And then I don't know if you watch Chris P. Nats, but like he recently posted a video talking about Omegaverse and why it's not for him. And I was like, wait a minute. So I watched the video and I was like, oh, that's what this is. See, I thought that Omegaverse was just like werewolf, like furry stuff.
No, it started off that way, but now there's a lot of human stuff. You know what? I have a pretty high tolerance for it now. I don't know why. Probably because like impreg was like a really, really big trope back in like the 2000s.
I think that that's not. I just think it's not for me. And as someone who has been, I mean, I've been pregnant.
Yeah.
I hate it. It's not, and also it's like I've given birth twice, but I've never actually watched someone give birth because it grosses me out.
It's totally fine. So I have a shockingly high mileage for fair. I have a shockingly high mileage for Omegaverse stuff. I don't. It's one of those weird things of I don't know if I like it, but I sure do read a lot of it. It's like one of those weird things of like I keep ingesting this content,
right?
But I don't feel comfortable saying that I like it,
right? Well, and I will tell you for sure that I will not shame you. I mean, because I'm into monsters. Like I'm into interspecies monster human relationship.
You would come for me.
I would never.
I have stack upon stack of ammo. Just fucking. I wish you would try.
I have no room. I have zero room to ever shame you.
Leg.
So I mean, but I will say that like the Omegaverse thing, like after learning a little bit more about it, I don't think it's really. I don't think I would hate it, but I also don't think that it would be something that I would just.
That's fair because it's older than you think. But like there was a lot of it that like really did nothing for me because it was bad. Like a lot of things.
I kind of think sorry. I keep
there are some authors that are like, I don't hate this.
When I think of that genre or whatever, I think of back when I used to read a lot of paranormal romance novels. And especially with like werewolves and stuff.
That's literally how Omegaverse is you never know how you discovered it and then you just end up there. Like I think that's literally the best way to describe like 90% of people with Omegaverse is like you have no idea where it started and just now like it's your house. Like this is just where I live.
Have to like at least that could be an assignment.
No. No, it cannot be. No. I'm sorry, was that too quick? No. Hi, no. No.
Okay, then. I just got shot down. I'll just read it on my own time.
Read on your own time. Like, I'm not going to tell you can't read it, but like, no, we're not. No, we're not covering it. No.
Oh, man. I was disappointed when I found out though that it didn't necessarily involve anthropomorphic animals. So I was like, why would I want to read that? So yeah.
I'm trying to think of what your next assignment should be. I think it was supposed to be Lies or Gentleman's Manners. Let's go ahead and just make it that.
Okay.
For my birthday, you can read Lies or Gentleman's Manners. I think that one maybe. I'm still not going to give you a ton of preamble because I have to be careful with this. I think you will like this one better. It is a little bit more high melodrama. It's still pretty serious in places. Yes, she is.
I mean,
yes.
I would say though, okay, the furries, I'm more so I like monsters. Like that's something that I've definitely discovered.
Fucker.
Yes.
You.
100. Yes.
Not.
And I think it's been there for a long time. And then recently, like when I've started reading Dojin by Nemu, I like her Dojin.
You're a monster fucker.
I love to see it.
I don't like that. Okay, yeah. So let's do Lies Are Gentlemen's Manners.
Okay.
I do think it's funnier. It is less serious. It is still dramatic. It is messy, but I think it's messy more along the lines of what you're looking for. I think Lies Are Gentlemen's Manners maybe, if I'm right, this may hit the sweet spot of this is still serious and still kind of dramatic, but there's also a lot more levity and
yeah. And I think what it is that I do tend to like a little humor to break up the seriousness. And because I notice a pattern in a lot of the things that I read. There is always some element of
but you're looking for a specific type of humor because again, like there's a lot in Twittering Birds Never Fly that is funny, but it's not funny on a level that you're looking for.
Right.
Yashiro makes a lot of jokes.
Yeah, they're just so like they're
also sad.
They're just very sad, like making jokes about him being a used bottom, like just
Yashiro is joking all the time. That's the problem.
He's using humor as a shield.
I think he's actually funny. I think he's actually funny.
I guess it's hard for me to laugh because I'm like, ooh, I don't want to laugh at your trauma. Like, I don't want to laugh at that.
He's laughing at his own trauma.
That's why I know exactly why you like it, because you do the same thing
all the time.
You do the same thing. And it makes me mad because I'm like, I'm not gonna laugh at your trauma.
You're Kageyama. You're the high school friend who's just like, please be normal for 5 minutes.
Like, stop making jokes out of your trauma.
Like, everything. You're the Kageyama, 100%. Like, yeah, I'm constantly making jokes about my trauma all the time.
Like, I want to laugh, but also no, I'm not laughing at that.
I want you to laugh because it makes me feel less pathetic.
But then it makes me feel like a horrible person because I'm over here like, damn,
I'm telling you something that is objectively funny.
Like, like your little your velvet
dead parent thing. I am inviting you to laugh because it makes me less sad about the reality that both my parents are dead.
No.
Well, fuck you, bye. Yes, I 100% relate to that part of Yashiro. I'm constantly making jokes.
Yeah.
As you all have witnessed.
I get it. It all is making sense.
Yeah.
It's all making sense.
100%. That's what I love about him. But like, he's in a lot of ways, he's very funny and he prides himself on that.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I can admit that it's fun, but it's just it's funny in a way that is not
traditional.
Sad. It's not the way because I have a hard. Sorry, go ahead.
Always tinged with sadness.
Yeah, and I think I do genuinely find it hard to like, even when I know the person is making a joke, I do find it hard to laugh because there is a part of me I am very like, and I hate when people say, oh, I'm an empath, because I feel like if you have to say that you're an empath,
you're probably, I mean, I've said it.
Not. But I do think that I have high empathy, and so like even I can almost always feel that pain underneath that joke. So even though I know that the person is joking, I feel the pain, and so it makes it hard for me to laugh because I'm like, ooh, I know why you're making the joke.
I'm so shocked that you didn't like Twittering Birds Never Flies, because like you have that moment at the end where like at the end of volume 1 when Yashiro is just cackling. That's all he can do is laugh. He's fucked up the one good thing in his life.
And that's sad.
I love it. It's so painful. Juicy tears.
And when I say but I do also want to like reiterate that I didn't think it was bad. It just like there's nothing bad as far as like I don't think the writing is bad.
I wish you would.
But it was just hard for me. I was just like, this is not what I was expecting.
I would take you to the goddamn mat. I wish you would.
If I thought my debate skills were good enough,
I would obliterate you.
I don't think and also there's nothing to really say. Like that's I mean, maybe somebody could find something, but I didn't find anything that was objectively bad. I just went into it not expecting what I got.
Right.
Oh.
What? Yes.
Maybe you can reread it So if you start rereading it, I will reread the first volume with you and then read the next two with you. How about that? And we can talk about it on Twitter. And then you can chat with us in our next live. How about that?
I'm okay.
What if
What?
Oh, never mind. I won't say it publicly because I don't want to say anything yet.
You've already committed us publicly to other shit.
I know.
What's stopping you now?
Well, because I was like, because she just started her channel, and I was thinking maybe we could like.
Are you inviting us
on?
To
well, that's why I didn't want to say anything out loud. Because I was thinking.
Listen, if you want us on the show, you know where to find us. That's all you got to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe if you reread Twittering Birds, we could have like a conversation together on here.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I should okay.
Where to find us. That's what you have to say.
Yeah, okay.
But
that could be fun.
But yeah, like that's so you guys did learn stuff about me. It's been 4 goddamn hours.
Yeah.
It's been 4 goddamn hours. You did learn things about me. Yeah. I hope that this was fun for someone.
Yeah. I'm sure it was.
It got real angry at the end, though.
It really did. This was a roller coaster. But real angry at the end. We really just go back and look. It is what it is. I'm still looking gray. Like I really need to change this light. Like I still look like it's too white. The light is too white. Yeah. I need something warm.
Yeah. I have 3 lights on right now, hence the fan. And I have one like directly on me, so I'm not just tits and teeth. Which is, I guess, a great problem to have.
Yeah, it's better than looking casket ready, because I look gray.
Luckily, my mom didn't look gray.
That's not what I look like in real life. In real life, I'm like golden.
Because actually, in real life, aren't you fairly close to the same shade?
I think so.
Yeah, in real life, I think we're actually fairly close to the same shade.
I think so. I'm not gray. Like I'm looking at myself right now, and I'm like, ooh, I have like like nice and kind of buttery, like.
I'm thinking about going to the beach for my birthday because apparently going outside is not as dangerous. So I can hopefully tan off some of the winter nonsense because right now my tits are a different color than my feet.
Yeah. You know what? I will say that for the most part, somehow my feet kind of do get a little bit light-skinned, but for the most part, my skin tends to stay even. Somehow and whenever I do get outside to tan, like if I get some sort of tan, it usually is relatively even. Well, obviously if I'm wearing a top, like or whatever, but no, I mean I don't like my cousin, her legs, for example, are, I swear, like 5 shades lighter than the rest of her. It's wild. Like I've seen it. And I was just like, how does that, but she doesn't really wear shorts ever, even in like the summer.
My legs are always covered. I'm usually always in skinny jeans or leggings.
Yeah. So her legs are.
So here's a fun story. When I was younger, I fell across the train tracks And I had this huge scar from the bottom of my knee to the top of my foot where I fell across the tracks.
Oh my gosh.
And it had the imprint of the train tracks on my leg. So I had like a huge complex out showing off my leg.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the scar is pretty much gone now, but like I
Mm-hmm.
still like don't really wear like shorts and stuff like that. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
always like in long pants because you can still see under my knee where like the rail spike went in. So
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
I mean, I laughed it off. I laughed off the injury. Like I didn't notice that I had hurt myself until my white tights turned pink with blood. Like I laughed off the injury and kept on going.
I'm not. It doesn't surprise me. It's.
Oh, I laughed off. I laughed when I fell 6 feet. Like I laugh off most of my injuries. I fell 6 feet into the orchestra pit.
Whereas I stubbed my toe and I'm
You
like,
cry. You just cry. Yeah, I fell. I was painting a set, and I fell 6 feet into the orchestra pit, and I just let out this like sad and pathetic wheezing laugh.
that is absolutely like when I think about it. Let me knock on wood, but I have not had any other than the time when I was a kid and I fell out of a moving vehicle into a street. Other than that, I hadn't had it, and even then, I didn't really get hurt. I mean, I almost got ran over, but I didn't get hurt, thankfully. So I haven't really had any like the worst pain I guess experienced is maybe childbirth, and even that I got lucky. I had pretty easy, deliveries and stuff.
I can't say that falling, like in hindsight, falling 6 feet didn't hurt that badly. It was just
Sounds like it would. Like I'm terrified of.
where's my tailbone?
Hmm.
I got a fun butt pillow for a while.
See, I'm like terrified of breaking things. I've not
I've broken one bone.
knock on wood. I've not broken anything, knock on wood. Like even whenever I'm in dance, like when I'm like constantly scared that like I'm gonna break my ankle.
Your leg's just gonna fly.
Yes. Like listen, like going on point is
No, it is.
it's so scary and low key like I mean it is dangerous. Or it can be dangerous if you're not, if you don't do things right. But woof, there have been I have not fallen yet. But it's probably because I haven't fallen because I haven't really just gone for certain things because I am terrified of falling. I need to get over that. But I have fallen just like doing a pirouette like on flat. I've fallen one time in the 7, 8 years that I've been taking lessons. And that one time it was so wild because I mean, literally I was turning and the next thing I know, I was on the ground and I was like, oh, but I mean, I guess at the time I was like, okay, well, I guess it wasn't that bad, at least in
Yeah,
my head. But then I still have a fear of it. Like I'm still
sure.
so scared of like I just don't want to break anything. Knock on wood.
I don't know. My brain just does not process like stuff like that normally. Like it's usually hilarious to me and I try to forget it as soon as possible because if I had to hold on to every slight, I would be living in a bubble.
I
Like
mean, I wouldn't mind living in a like I'm such a baby. Like I don't let my kids get hurt. Like don't let my kids get hurt.
yeah,
Then I really am
I
like,
would never want like my friends to get hurt because like that's awful. But like I don't prioritize myself ever. And two, I'm very used to just having to laugh off whatever I'm going through
right.
because
Oh my gosh, you're like you're a manga / anime protagonist who like
yes, I am.
people are constantly having to say, if you
Yes, I am.
love us, you'll care for yourself.
Like I'm constantly more worried about my friends than I am. Like, so do you want to know the most?
Don't like JoJo?
No,
because you get
because I am okay. Do you want to know something very, very personal and very, very bishonen about me? Are you ready to like see the rose petals? So one of the big mantras that I live by is that I want everyone around me to feel special. I want every
God.
person to know how much value that they have and how important they are. It's why I'm constantly spoiling my friends, because I truly know what it's like to not feel special in someone's life, and I never
Right.
want anyone that I cherish to feel that way.
Right. But you don't feel that way about yourself.
Oh, of course not. I'm trash. But like, I go out of my way to make sure that none of my friends ever feel like they're ancillary. You are all main
You
characters.
are Tamaki.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. This has been established.
Yeah.
But like, that's how I've lived my life, like, for years, is I want everyone that I know to know how important they are and how special they are and how much they matter.
Oh. Tamaki. And I'm over here, Haruhi, and all I care about is fatty tuna.
Right, you're over here, Haruhi, like, oh, I had an assignment due.
Yeah.
I'm over here hustling, trying to make sure that I'm putting out the very best. It's like, oh, I have literally one thing to do today.
Oh man.
So yeah,
I mean,
so you guys did get to learn a lot of stuff about me. So I think, as Twitter has said, our next episode is the history of ships. When we're recording that, I don't know. Probably sometime next week.
Yeah, sometime next week.
I have to work on the outline that I know Aisha never reads, but you know,
I will read it this time.
You say that every time. You say it every time. So I'll be working on the outline for that. We will also be covering BL webcomics. The poll was not there to be an either or. We're doing both. It was just
which one's first.
Yeah. Because at the end of the Yoshinaga special, we do mention that the next episode is going to be BL webcomics, and during our previous live, we said unless we come up with something more interesting.
Did I cut that part out?
Did you?
I think I cut that part out because
I don't remember anymore.
Yeah,
that episode is an hour long.
It's so long.
That episode is so fucking long.
Like nearly 2 hours long. I cut that out because
we said that. Okay.
Because we said that, and I was like, yeah.
Aisha did a good thing that time.
Yeah.
So we will be covering both. Don't worry. It was just a matter of when we covered it. So we'll be covering that for August, and then I guess September, because we're still kind of working on our month ahead schedule. With this sort of acting as our second episode, I guess. I mean, this is really a whole other episode because it's 4 fucking hours long. Because it's 4 goddamn hours long.
I don't know how it's this long, and why are there people still here?
What are you guys doing here? Are you hungry? Eat a pizza? How are you guys drinking water? Are you okay? Let us know. I'm worried about you.
To be fair, I've seen people do longer streams.
Oh, when I was a DJ on Gendo, there was one night that because I used to be a radio DJ on Gendo.com. And there was one night that I did radio. I hosted for like a couple hours with a friend, and then a couple hours with a friend. And I say a couple of hours. We're in the same time zone. We're actually in the same state. I'm in college, so he's maybe like a couple of hours away from me. And I look outside, and I say, I can see the sun. And my friend says, I can see the sun too. And it's like, we've been doing radio all night. And he says, we have been doing radio all night. And then all of the tired hit me at once. It's like, I'm going to go to bed. And he's like, that's probably a good idea.
Well, we aren't going to have that experience because I'll be damned if I love you, but not that much, girl.
I have another podcast to record tomorrow, so I can't be sounding like Roy Mustang.
Listen, I would be like, you know what? End broadcast.
Not even say goodbye.
I wouldn't even say anything. Like, I'm done.
I'm funny. Like, I did like 4 hours with the first co-host, and then I don't know how long we went, but it was just like we just started talking and talking and talking, and it's like, is that the fucking sun? Like, I was in college. I was much younger. I had Monster. I was a very different person. I definitely couldn't do that now, but yeah.
Oh no. Oh yes. Yes.
Perfect.
You better get multitasking. I'm glad that we helped you get through cooking. Because listen, I despise cooking.
I love cooking.
That is something that I've gladly transferred over to Matt. Like, I had to. It took a while. Like, I didn't used to let him. Like, back in the day, He used to try to do some weird stuff. Like one time I came home from work. This is back when I worked and he was in school. And I was so hungry, and he was like, I made hamburger helper, which I love hamburger helper. I know I have like a weird nostalgia for it.
I really am tamaki, aren't I?
Yes.
I've never had that. I've never eaten hamburger helper. I don't know I know what you're talking about, but I've never eaten it.
Wow. But you're an only child, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because I say that because like I mean I grew up in I have 2 younger brothers, and when folks got 3 kids,
Yeah, I'm the only child.
so hamburger helper is definitely like nostalgic for me.
Okay, I respect that.
Now, granted, it's been years since this was back. This would have been over a decade ago. So, because Fox was little and Matt was still in pharmacy school and I was working. And I remember I came home. I was so hungry. He was like, I made hamburger helper. And I was like, ooh, yeah. And I made a bowl and I started eating it. And I was like, what's in this? That fool put chunks of bread in the hamburger helper because he said it makes it like a cheeseburger. And I was like, I want a divorce, like right now. Like
you get marrying a white guy.
That's exactly what I got. That's exactly what yes. So over the years, though,
you taught him well.
Yeah, and I think he's found some joy in it. Like whenever
I feel like you're really forcing your family into slavery because you keep coming up with these narratives of this like happy Negro. Like I mean,
okay, only one of us in this house is really a Negro, and it's me.
Like you're really like doing this whole like birthday cake for Mr. Washington sort of like they enjoy it. Look at them, happy in the field. Like you're really
they are working for me.
You're concerned about the rights of your family. This is why I have a lot of when I come visit, I have like a welfare visit. Like, are you guys okay? Are your rights being infringed upon? Because you keep coming up with like happy field Negro scenarios where everyone's fine.
You should start to worry if I start talking about Phineas cooking. Like if I start getting Phineas to cook, then you should worry because that's
a baby.
Because he's 6.
A literal no, ma'am. Like you keep coming up with these scenarios. I'm like, but they enjoy it. Like fucking Calvin Candy up here. Like, why if they don't enjoy it, ma'am? I'm gonna go tell your husband to put on some pants. I want to ask him, are you okay with this? Are your rights being infringed upon? Do you need help? Blink once for yes, twice for no. Shit. You are not letting him speak for himself. You don't know if he's okay with it. You have to text him.
I've asked him.
Like with the doctor, like he's gonna tell to your face, no, bitch, I hate this.
Actually, okay, Matt would tell me though, because Matt is very like. Here's the thing, I've mentioned that I tend to attract the
because you have bottom energy.
Yes, and he is very much. He would tell me if he would be like, listen, I'm not doing this.
Thank God, because I was like,
he really would be. He'd be like, no.
I'm sitting here like I'm noticing a pattern of behavior
because there have been plenty of times when I've asked him to go and get me a Coke, and he said no, and I got all I don't like it when he says no. But I've gotten better at not being a brat about it. And giving silent treatment.
My ex-girlfriend was the most passive-aggressive person. We were both cancers.
Ooh.
But I was the male in the relationship, and there was one night I made something with mashed potatoes, and my then girlfriend. I'm not used to my potatoes being so well seasoned. It's like, say they're salty.
See, okay, here's the thing. I will say this: I am not passive. I'm not passive aggressive at all. I'm just straight up
because I got very close to raising a hand to my significant other. I got dangerously close to going full Jean Baptiste and raising a hand to my lover because it's like, if you don't just say they're salty,
right?
like you little brat.
Right. That's one thing I will say because Matt and I had this conversation recently, and he tried, like, I told him that he's passive aggressive because he is. But I am definitely not. Like, you will know. Like, I'm just like, if I'm upset, I'm just aggressive. I'm like, I'm mad at you. I don't like this, and this is why. You always will know.
Passive aggressive people that I don't like / don't know. Like,
I'm just like, if I don't like you, period, I'm just like, yeah, I don't like you. I'm
only passive people that I don't like, don't know. If I know you and like you, like, hey, I'm mad at this the 15 things you just did. Like, like you'll get a list at the end of the week.
I will say that my inability to be passive aggressive has definitely gotten that whole drama. You know what drama I'm talking about. The fact that I'm not passive aggressive is how I ended up even in that.
On RuPaul's Drag Race this week or last week that there was a girl who's trying to like start a rumor, and it's like, oh, this other girl tried to get you out. I just want to like tell you as sisters. And the girl who the drama was about, she got everybody like, okay, so we're gonna talk about this. It's like, yeah,
that's me. I'm like, oh, okay, so like,
I get everyone's attention. Like, this host said that you tried to fuck me up. Yes or no?
That's me. I'm very much like, oh, yeah, we have a problem. We're gonna take. I don't do that. I don't know. I'm not a fan of like the passive aggressiveness, just because like let's just get it out there. Let's just get out there. Don't make little snide comments over there. Like I just. It drives me nuts, especially people who do that and then they present themselves and they try to present themselves in one way, but then they make little side comments, and I'm like, I see you, and I'm aggressive, so I'm either going to be aggressive about it. If I don't know you or I don't like you, I'll just ignore. Like, not even ignore. You don't exist to me. And then if you do try to talk to me, I'm like, no. And then I'll block everyone who does like you. I mean, I'm very much revealing y'all know who I talk about.
I can be passive aggressive. I try not to be. I am petty. I will say that. Petty
is different from being.
I am prone to pettiness every once in a while.
I'm very overtly petty.
I mean, in all fairness, I am a Cancer Sun, Gemini Moon, so like that's.
I'm a Taurus Sun, Cancer Moon.
Like everything about me that can't be explained by being a Cancer Sun, you can explain by the Gemini Moon. Everything that is not easily explainable by being a Cancer, there's that Gemini Moon sign. It's like, oh, that's why you're a bitch. That's it. That's why you're a narcissistic bag of bitch with nice breasts. That'll do it. That'll do it.
But that negates the nice breasts negates everything else.
That's not true. It's patently inaccurate. That is patently inaccurate.
You can be trash, but the boobs, they just like they.
I mean, they're fine. They have names. They're fine. Like, they have names. They're fine. They're okay.
Exactly. So we're not exactly 4 hours.
So next week we'll probably be recording for what will be August episode. What? Yes.
This was 46 minutes ago. He texted me saying food. So I guess food is ready.
Is this what marriage is?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I want to get married now.
Like, our text, like, he has sent me, actually, I didn't respond to any of them. Yesterday he texted me and said, we may be about to get a big thunderstorm over here, but I was driving and in the middle of the thunderstorm when he sent that to me. And then he sent a text saying, glad I changed out the wipers. And I didn't respond. And then today he sent a text saying, almost done. That was at 6:20. And I obviously didn't respond because I didn't see it. And then he sent a text at 8:16 saying food.
I'm so sorry that I am keeping you from your family.
I'm not. I see them all the time, all day.
That's what being married and being a mom is.
In broadcast.
In broadcast. Like that's part of the assignment. That's why I don't want to get married or have children.
It really is just it's ooh.
It sounds like an enormous pain in the ass.
It's honestly most times it's fun. Most of the time it is nice. Like I will say, I know I give him a hard time, but
no, he seems great. I have nothing negative to say about it.
Most of the time it's great. Wow.
He seems fine.
The shade.
Well, no, like, I mean, honestly, even like, for me, it's always the dynamic. Like, I would 100% be fine being like, we are in a long-term significant relationship, but like with each of our own houses.
Listen.
And like, we meet in the middle in very nice hotels. Like,
that would be so amazing.
Right. Like, that's perfect to me. Is like, we each have our house, no children, but like, and then we like fucking really nice hotels.
But in my case, that would require me to have a job, and I like not working. When I say a job, I mean like a job outside of being a mom. Yeah.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. So that's always the most high paying of careers. Yeah. Like,
so, I'm just like, you know what? I like not having to leave my house.
which is fair and valid. But like even like the times that I've been very, very dangerously close to like marriage or being engaged, it was like we're never living together.
I can see that. Honestly, I can see that.
So aggressively type A and so hilariously narcissistic. Like, it would 100% like I would love it to be like if my husband like lived in the apartment above me. Mm-hmm. So like I could have access to the dick if I needed it. Yes. But like I have a bathroom that is mine and a closet that is mine and a bedroom that is mine, sheets that are mine and that aren't stained with mess and that I wash on my terms. Yeah. Like, that's what I want.
I honestly, like, I feel that. I feel that. And we recently got a new bed. Like, we got a king size bed. It was our first time having a king size bed because for a long time we were poor, you know, and couldn't, like, we had hand-me-downs and stuff. Having a king size bed is the best thing we've purchased in our entire marriage because it's so wonderful to not be like smushed, you know. And I love it. Like, I don't even have, like, we don't touch, like, I can be on my side and not well, sometimes though I do because I sleep wild, and there have been plenty of times when I know he's pissed because he I've woken him up because my feet are like all in his face somehow, and he's just like, what are you doing? Like, how do you? Yeah, I'm a wild.
Yeah, like I've never, like, that has never appealed to me. Like, living with someone that has never appealed to me. I am a tiny narcissist, aren't I?
I mean, I don't think that's too. I actually don't think that's. I don't think it's strange. I think because I mean I've been living with we've like it's been. We just celebrated our 14th wedding anniversary. 14? Yeah, and we've been together for 16 years, which part of those years we, you know, lived in a dorm, so we didn't really live together. But like we've been living together for 14 years, and as much like, and I do enjoy his company. And
well, obviously,
but like even after 14 years, I still find times where I'm like, you know what, it would be so like for 4th of July weekend. I stayed home, and they went down to the little lake with Matt's side of the family.
That water is so gross.
Listen, disgusting. But this is Oklahoma, and it's white people, and they love.
Are they immortal? Like, that water's like, are they not afraid of germs?
They don't care. It's again, it's white people in Oklahoma. They love the lakes. Anyway, sorry, not sorry to any white people It's because y'all know what y'all
Oh,
know.
before we go, do you want some state demographic about our listeners?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Surely none of them are from Oklahoma.
Let's find out.
Okay.
Find out. Let's go to the dashboard so we can wrap this up tighter than my ex.
Oh.
We had I think one scare. And my then boyfriend said the most anime boy thing to me in the entire world. He said, I would not abandon my child.
Aww.
Not that he would care about me.
I mean, but that's fair.
That he would abandon his kid.
Yeah, that's
Fortunately,
fair.
it was a scare and I'm fine. Okay,
Right.
so the United States makes up 62% of our audience base.
Okay.
Our top state is California. We actually have no Oklahoma listeners, so your kin do not like us.
No. I mean, when you think about it, I have seen a couple of other content, like anime, manga content creators that live in Oklahoma. But like when I say a couple, I literally mean like a couple.
Right.
So it doesn't surprise. And there's been people that have popped up in my comments saying that they're from Oklahoma, but not enough, I guess, for the algorithm to pick it up. So, because it doesn't surprise me. Also, I don't tag Oklahoma. I don't want.
Well, I don't tag. I mean, we both say where we're from. Let's see. State number 2 is Virginia. Where? Okay.
Interesting.
Number 3 is Florida.
Florida. You know what? I'm not gonna say nothing.
I will. I will. What the fuck y'all doing? I mean, I love y'all, but what? Okay, so fun fact: I just learned this about Anchor. So Anchor, when you go to geographic location, actually gives you a breakdown by planet. So we have no listeners on Venus.
Oh, we need to fix that.
We do. Fuck you, Anchor. I hate that. Like, that's something that I think any other day I would think is very cute, but at 9 o'clock at night, I think I want to punch something. At 9 o'clock at night, having not eaten.
That's true. I'm also. Well, I was talking about looking like Skeletor. I'm really gonna be looking like Skeletor if I don't eat something.
We need to go eat and take meds and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so we'll be doing this again in August because we're recording for August. My birthday is next week, so you guys all have time to still get me something nice.
Yes.
You guys all have time to get me a nice gift.
And by you guys, she means me.
So. No, I mean all of these people. Oh. I mean all of them.
Also, it's weird saying you guys. That was weird. I felt weird saying that. I say y'all.
Okay.
I never say you.
I don't. Spirit of Kuwabara briefly possess you? Like,
it feels weird. Like I just
feel weird. So you guys all have time to conspire and get me a nice gift.
Yeah.
Including Aisha, who said she was getting me something, but nothing has arrived in the mail yet.
Well, because I remembered that I was gonna send it earlier, but then I was like, well, her birthday's coming along, so I'll wait until
close. But nothing has arrived in the mail yet.
Because it's not your birthday yet.
I'm just saying. Nothing has arrived yet. I'm a spoiled only child. And I was the first grandchild. And my parents' only child. So just
surprised me.
I am princed up. I am the family's little prince. I was the first to graduate from high school, first to go and graduate from college. I am the
first.
I am the little prince.
I'm awesome and great.
I didn't say I was great. I just said I did it first. I just said I did it first and with the most style. I didn't say I'm awesome. I have a lot of debt to pay for it.
I am Maki Sumo, and
I think my success rate has been better. Also, I'd stop going after a girl who clearly isn't interested in me.
I mean,
I wouldn't keep running against a brick wall.
For real. That is one thing.
I'm surrounded by men that would sleep with me.
That is
Why
really
would you keep running into a brick wall?
right.
Fuck Kiyoya. He's great and clearly down for it.
Listen, when we talk about ships,
That's it.
listen.
I hit the nail on the head.
Listen. From jump, I was just like, I don't even actually. Kyoya is my favorite character in that series next to Haruhi, and I did have a Haruhi Kyoya ship, but I feel like honestly, to me, Haruhi is low key. She's low key asexual.
Haruhi has the charisma of a dry sponge.
Yeah, I like her, but I feel like she's
All
just not. She's aromantic or something. Like I've in my head.
He was a dick because I'm not nice enough to be Tamaki. Is there an alternate version of Tamaki where he's an asshole? It's Yukieri. Yeah, I win.
On that note, I think it's time for us to get off of here.
We'll see you guys again in August. Come celebrate my birthday with me next week, and we hope you enjoyed your visit with us. Bye.
And follow us on social media.
Follow us on social media. We have our own social. It's all on the YouTube header. We're going.
And I'll try to remember to put the information in the comments. Doobly doo. Yes.
Okay. We're gonna go eat now. Bye.
Bye. Wait. Okay. I'm just gonna have to just touch it with my finger. Okay. Bye.